Chapter 4054. The conversation between Yi Xian and the elephantine fox ferret seemed long, but in reality, it had only lasted a few minutes. Although it had only been a few minutes, the change in the situation was too great. A few minutes ago, the elephantine fox ferret was still facing a life and death crisis. He could have been killed by the alloy battle god's big-headed black stick at any time, or he could have controlled that harmless-looking but terrifyingly powerful Thunder Emperor seal to kill him directly. But now, in just a few minutes, this crisis had been easily resolved by him, and he had even obtained 2 drops of all-evil origin fluid as a reward. All of this was like a dream, and the 3-clawed serpent dragon was stunned. He was completely stunned, as if he had just been struck by lightning. Even his eyes had turned green. 2 drops of all-evil origin fluid. Among the various races of the second universe, the Blood WM clan, which was ranked first in the top 10, did indeed have 2 drops of all-evil origin fluid every year. However, they were all consumed by the bloodline primordial ancestor, the 9-headed Blood WM, in the depths of their ancestral land. Not to mention that the 3-clawed serpent dragon was just an ordinary immortal ancestor of the clan. Even the immortal emperor rank immortal ancestor in the Blood WM clan's ancestral land did not have the chance to obtain a single drop. But now, the elephantine fox ferret, who had the same cultivation as him, had easily obtained 2 drops of all-evil origin fluid. To the 3-clawed serpent dragon, this was like a heavy blow to his heart, making him extremely envious. If not for the fact that Yi Xian was still here, and that the elephantine fox ferret was smart enough to immediately throw the 2 drops of all-evil origin fluid into his mouth, the 3-clawed serpent would have probably turned into energy and dispersed into his limbs and bones. The 3-clawed serpent dragon would have even thought of snatching them on the spot. However, from this matter, it could be seen that the demon's younger brother, Mo Jinfeng, definitely had a large amount of all-evil origin fluid in his hands. If he could persuade him like the horned fox ferret and accept his allegiance, not only would he very likely obtain 2 drops of all-evil origin fluid now, but the benefits in the future would definitely be even more shocking. Human. Not to mention anything else, just the fortune in the secret realm that the elephant fox ferret had just mentioned was already priceless. Although there were a large number of desolate era corpses at the edge of the secret domain and their pressure was so great that not even immortal realm old monsters could approach them, let alone pass through them, this was clearly not a problem for Mo Jinfeng, the imperial brother of the demon people. The Medicine King Divine Cauldron in his hand was a precious ancient treasure that could even ignore the pressure of the netherworld furnace in the star field, the source of all evil. With the power of this cauldron protecting him, he would have no problem entering the depths of that mysterious secret domain. In short, this demon dweller junior in front of him was definitely a thick thigh. The old elephant fox ferret was actually lucky enough to succeed in hugging him. When he thought of this, the 3-clawed flood dragon's admiration for the elephant fox ferret immediately surged like a torrential river. It could be said that it was endless. He really did not expect this old ferret to have such an ability. He was simply too good at bluffing. Of course, this was not something that could be envied. The strand of inherited bloodline of the treasure-seeking ferret was right there in his body. Just this point alone was something that no other creature could compare to, so it was useless to be jealous. However, this old ferret had made a good start after all. With his example in front of him, as a 3-clawed flood dragon whose strength was not inferior to his, even if he just followed suit, there was still a chance for him to succeed in a counterattack and resolve the crisis. At this moment, he recalled that he had actually wanted to kill this great god in front of him. In the end, not only did this person have an immortal realm marquee backing him up, but he also had such abundant top-grade resources in his hands that it made one's hair stand on end. He could even casually throw out 2 drops of all-evil origin liquid. Immediately, he felt like his intestines were about to turn green with regret. If he had known this would happen, he would not have fought. He would have thought of ways to build a relationship with this person. Perhaps he would have successfully joined the group long ago. The moment he thought of this, the 3-clawed flood dragon immediately became excited. Without any hesitation, he raised his right front paw and shouted loudly, "Wait a minute, this old flood dragon wants to join the group too." No, 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 I mean this old flood dragon also has a unique skill that is definitely not inferior to the old ferret's treasure-seeking divine instinct. Hearing this, Yi Xian and the elephant fox ferret both turned their heads to look at him. The latter had a strange expression, but Yi Xian sneered and said, "Oh? You also have a unique skill? The Blood Flood Dragon clan's bloodline ability, the Blood Flood Dragon Demon Fist? I'm sorry, but in this king's eyes, this doesn't seem to be very valuable." How can it not be valuable? It's too valuable. No matter what, this old flood dragon is still an immortal realm marquis. The moment he heard Yi Xian directly rejecting him without even thinking, the three-clawed flood dragon immediately panicked. He was so anxious that he scratched his ears and cheeks, and his words became somewhat incoherent. Let's not talk about other things, but it shouldn't be a problem to be a fighter, right? With this old flood dragon's profound attainments in the Blood Flood Dragon Demon Fist, if I were to be this young friend's bodyguard, it would definitely be a great fighter. Even though young friend's ability is extraordinary, your own cultivation and strength are still lacking in the end. You're slightly lacking in the Region Lord realm, but if you have an immortal realm guard by your side, then it would be completely different. At the very least, you would be able to save a great deal of trouble, right? Not to mention that besides being a fighter, this old flood dragon has a bloodline true body. Even if it's within the Blood Flood Dragon clan, the degree of evolution of this old flood dragon's bloodline is rather high. Presently, I'm already a three-clawed flood dragon, and I'm evolving towards the true flood dragon bloodline. If I really do evolve into a formidable flood dragon one day, then even if I were to be used as a mount for young friend to travel, it would be extremely flashy. When they heard up to here, it wasn't just Yi Xian, even the elephant fox ferret was completely dumbstruck. No matter how imaginative they were still taken by surprise when facing such a strange scene before their eyes. An Eternal Realm old geezer had actually volunteered himself to be the best fighter and mount of a junior at the Region Lord realm. This was simply sensational, and if news of this were to spread, it would probably cause countless eyeballs to fall off. It was utterly impossible to believe. But then again, this old flood dragon had already lowered himself to such an extent. Even though he didn't possess the divine instinct to seek treasures like the elephant fox ferret, he was an immortal realm expert in the end, and his cultivation and strength were obvious. So, if he was able to be brought along as a fighter or a mount, Yi Xian imagined such a scene in his mind, and he was instantly slightly tempted. Not to mention anything else, if this old flood dragon was used to put on a show of strength and scare others, then the effect would absolutely be extraordinary. Alright, since you volunteered, then a dignified immortal realm expert like you would rather lower yourself to be a fighter and a mount for this king. Chapter 4055. Where's the fire? Where's the fire just now? Little brat, hurry up and get it out. Stinking brat, are you purposely teasing this old man? I just smelled a little fragrance and extinguished the fire before it was even cooked. As the wisp of Shen Nong's two-colored flames extinguished, the primordial porcupine and the primordial hairy tortoise became anxious on the spot. The latter jumped onto Yi Xian's head and pulled at his three heads, as if Yi Xian would hide the two-colored flames that he'd just drawn out in his three heads. It was like in a crevice. This wasn't the end. The 300-meter-tall primordial porcupine stretched its head over and also wanted to rummage through Yi Xian's body. The huge breath caused Yi Xian to stagger and almost fall to the ground. Only now did he realize that he'd misunderstood. Just now, when he saw the primordial porcupine and the primordial hairy tortoise's eyes emit a blazing green light, Yi Xian thought that the moment he mentioned his hunger, these two fellows would become interested in him and want to swallow him whole. After all this time, it turned out that he had seen through the extraordinariness of the divine farmer's two-colored flames. He knew that not only was the food roasted by this kind of fire incomparably delicious, it was also very beneficial to the body. It had the same effect as refining a great medicine. That was why his eyes were glowing with a green light, and now he was acting in such a hurry. Realizing this, Yi Xian's eyes instantly lit up. It seemed that these native beasts were all a bunch of gluttons. Since they were gluttons, then what was the problem? Amongst all the native beasts, only he had the divine farmer's two-colored flame in his hands. What did this mean? It meant that from now on, he would be able to control the stomachs of these fellows. For a glutton, what could be better than controlling his stomach to make him submit? Thinking of this, Yi Xian immediately became spirited. He had made up his mind. Not only was he going to roast a good meal for the two native ferocious beast kings in front of him, he was also not going to reject the tens of millions of native ferocious beasts behind him. As long as the other party could take out the ingredients, he would draw out a wisp of dual-colored ferocious flame and roast it for them. In any case, the two-colored flames within the Shenong cauldron were inexhaustible. The strange flames had roots, and they were rooted in the depths of the central region's volcano. As long as the Shenong cauldron wasn't destroyed, the Shenong strange flame that Yi Xian had ignited with his heart flame would continue to flow endlessly. In addition, after Xianyuan Xing, Duanmu Xiaocha, and Zhao Qianru's previous actions, Yi Xian had inadvertently turned the original orange flame into the current two-colored flame. Yi Xian understood one thing. That was, if the Shenong strange flame wanted to level up, it had to be used more frequently. Therefore, helping this group of savage beasts roast a feast was definitely a good thing for Yi Xian. Since that was the case, why wouldn't he do it? Lord Pig, Lord Turtle, your gazes just now scared me. Isn't it just roasting meat? I'll be right there. Also, Master Turtle, with your original color, don't climb on my head in the future. Yi Xian calmly changed the way he addressed him, and their relationship became a little closer. As he spoke, he waved his hand and once again pulled out a strand of two-colored flame from the Shenong cauldron and continued to roast it. As he roasted it, he continued, however, this domain lord level python head isn't enough to eat. It's only 30 meters in size, so I reckon it can only fit between my teeth. Before Yi Xian could finish speaking, the primordial hairy tortoise turned around and disappeared with a swoosh. A few breaths later, it dragged two pieces of the seven-colored python over. The primordial hairy tortoise was still around 3 meters in size, but a few strands of the green fur on its body had extended out. It wrapped around the two pieces of the seven-colored python's remains and rushed over at extreme speed. This was absolutely the perfect portrayal of an ant dragging an elephant, and it caused Yi Xian to be stunned. Even more shocking to him was that the two halves of the rainbow-colored python he'd dragged over clearly emanated the terrifying aura of a region lord. The head of the python was over 27 kilometers long while the tail of the python was over 10 kilometers long. It was clearly a region lord realm python that was over 30 kilometers long, yet it had been blasted into two. It was clearly a region lord realm rainbow python. Yi Xian was stunned for a moment before he came to a sudden realization. No wonder the region lord of the rainbow python clan's cultivation had fallen to the star lord realm in the end. Moreover, his 30,000-meter body had shrunk to only 300 meter in size, and he was beheaded by Yi Xian with a single slash. After all this time, his bloodline true body had already severed itself and remained in the depths of the core region. The only thing that had escaped was the true body of the rainbow python. Since that was the case, the primordial porcupine and the primordial hairy tortoise would definitely have enough food to eat. Even if the python meat melted in their mouths after being roasted, the primordial porcupine and the primordial hairy tortoise would definitely not be able to finish it in one meal. Presumably, the humanoid talkative monster and the newly advanced black-armored Mother Empress and the other Star Lords in the distant sky would probably be able to get a share of the spoils as well. It's a bit extravagant to eat such two large pieces in one meal. I'll keep this one for now and eat it next time, Yi Xian pondered in his heart. If he could roast the bloodline true body of the Rainbow Python clan's domain lord in front of the Second Universe's allied forces, then it would definitely be an awesome thing. He naturally wouldn't let go of such an opportunity. As he spoke, he casually found an excuse. With a wave of his hand, he stored the 30,000-meter-long tail of the python into the space within the Shenong cauldron. Of course, it was directly thrown into the storage cave at the bottom of the volcano in the central region to be stored. Otherwise, it would most likely be taken advantage of by Xianyuan Xing, Duanmu Xiaocha, and Zhao Qianru. The power of the divine farmer's two-colored flame far surpassed that of the orange flame. Not only was the roasted meat more fragrant and delicious, The miraculous medicinal effects of the flesh and blood medicine were even stronger. Even the speed at which it was roasted was extremely fast. Just as Yi Xian was speaking, the 30-meter-long python head in front of him had already been roasted. It was originally 30 meters long, but now it had shrunk to around 27 meters, and some of the dregs had been refined away. At this moment, the entire python head was flowing with golden oil, and a strange fragrance wafted out for millions of miles. After all, it was the head of a domain lord, and it had just been chopped off. The blood essence contained within the flesh and blood was too rich. Not only were the primordial porcupine and primordial hairy tortoise by his side infatuated and drooling, even the tens of millions of native ferocious beasts in the distance clearly smelled this strange fragrance. Their eyes were all infatuated as they locked onto the golden python head in front of Yi Xian. His mouth was overflowing with saliva. It had to be said that this scene was truly spectacular. Tens of millions of ferocious beasts of different races and sizes were staring at a roasted golden python head, silently drooling. Just thinking about it was enough to know how spectacular it was. However, perhaps it was because Yi Xian had roasted this python head, but when they saw that he didn't make a move, they didn't even make a sound. Not to mention the native ferocious beasts in the distance, even the nearby primordial porcupine and primordial hairy tortoise, no matter how much saliva flowed from their mouths, didn't hesitate to eat it. After all, he'd already treated Yi Xian as one of his own, so he still had to be polite. Chapter 4056. Lightning Spirit Emperor Talisman? It instantly explodes in the origin. Origin Spirit? The faces of the elephantine mink and three-clawed flood dragon turned green when they heard Yi Xian's words. The latter was even terrified to the point his entire body trembled, and he couldn't even speak properly. Although they didn't know exactly what this Lightning Spirit Emperor Talisman was, they could deduce from its name that it was surely related to that innate lightning origin treasure. Lightning attribute energy was originally the most ferocious and domineering, whereas the origin spirit of a cultivator was the most fragile. Once this most ferocious and domineering lightning attribute energy exploded in the origin spirit of a cultivator, it was obvious what the consequences would be at that time. It would absolutely be incomparably painful. This was equivalent to having a golden hoop spell on one's head, and one had to be careful at all times. Otherwise, once one's master was unhappy, one's soul would disperse and perish in an instant. Most importantly, this golden hoop spell was practically invisible and immaterial, and it was utterly untraceable. This was simply 2F** King Bad, and one would no longer have true freedom from now on. When they thought up to here, the elephantine mink and three-clawed flood dragons subconsciously turned to look at each other, and they exchanged glances that were filled with hidden bitterness. Don't worry, this king said earlier that this is merely a precautionary measure at the initial stage. As if he'd seen through the thoughts of these two fellows, Yi Xian slapped them and immediately threw another sweet date over. Once the examination period is over, this king will naturally take back these two Thunder Spirit Emperor talismans. After all, this kind of thing is only used to deal with outsiders. If we can really confirm that it's one of our own, not only is there no need for such measures, but this king will also have an open supply of top-grade resources like the all-evil origin liquid. I absolutely won't treat you unfairly. Hearing this, the expressions of the two old fellows eased up once more. Of course, on the other hand, it was naturally because they'd heard that the all-evil origin liquid would be open in the future. At the very least, this meant that this newly acknowledged young master surely had a large stock of this top-grade resource that even the almighty figures of the primordial era coveted, or perhaps it was because he'd already grasped a long-term channel to obtain it. To the elephantine mink and three-clawed flood dragon, as long as they could continue to obtain the all-evil origin liquid in the future, not to mention open supply, even if 1 or 2 drops were to be thrown down as a reward occasionally, they would not leave no matter what. In that case, this so-called examination period didn't matter. They would be able to do it sooner or later. Endure it. Both of you, this king means. Yi Xian saw that the two old fellows' expressions eased up, relaxed, and then changed the topic. That's why, what I mean is that it's best not to let's leak Spirit Emperor Talisman. That you two king emperors isn't even emperor's emperor level emperor talisman cans he king that's as this king after seeing that the two flood dragon spirit emperor man sees. B. Cans this that after all tease. Also, as for that mysterious region that seems to have clues to the desolate ancient mother planet, we'll talk about it after the war in the demon starfield is over. After the two of you return to the third and second universe, if you need to contact this king, you can head to the Death Starfield's Triumph cities. Find Old Man Mosquito Butcher or Naples, and secretly reveal your identity and relationship with this king. Death Starfield's Triumph City? Yes, that's where the Undying Dynasty's Prince Xian was exiled. Young master, Just as Yi Xian finished speaking, the elephant fox mink and the three-clawed flood dragon were stunned at the same time, then subconsciously muttered something. Before they could finish speaking, the two old fellows seemed to have suddenly realized something. Their eyes instantly widened as they looked at Yi Xian in shock. At the same time, they sucked in a cold breath. In the primordial spirit of these two old fellows, a thunder spirit emperor talisman had been planted, and their lives were in his hands. Naturally, Yi Xian was not afraid to reveal his identity because he was sure that they would not dare to reveal it. What's more, after planting this Thunder Spirit Emperor talisman, although the two old fellows seemed to have let go of it on the surface, but in the depths of their hearts, it was inevitable that there would be some grudges. Now that he had taken the initiative to reveal his identity to them, it would at least have some effect on resolving the grudges. After all, they were two undying old monsters. Since he had already taken them under his command, what Yi Xian hoped for was naturally true loyalty and not estrangement in their hearts. Of course, this was far from Yi Xian's real identity, it was just that the two old fellows did not know it. Yes, this king is Long Xian, and the invincible war god who is tormenting the human race's camp in the third universe is also one of this king's devouring avatars. After making a decision in his heart, Yi Xian openly admitted it. Such an action obviously moved the elephant fox ferret and the three-clawed flood dragon. In their eyes, this was a truly shocking secret. However, although he was moved, it was nothing compared to the shock and horror in his heart after hearing the news at this moment. Prince Xian? So, this is your real body? The so-called demon brother Mo Jinfeng is actually just an avatar? Oh my god. It's already shocking enough that the 5 great evildoers are one, but now, the 7 great evildoers of the younger generation are all you. This is simply making me doubt my life. Dumbstruck, the elephant fox mink and the three-clawed flood dragon cried out in alarm. Their faces were already filled with dumbstruck expressions as they stared blankly at Yi Xian. Their entire bodies seemed to have been petrified, as if they'd just been struck by lightning. Just keep this in your hearts. Right now, there are still 2 undying old monsters left to deal with. Once you're ready, immediately escape. After sensing the situation outside the Sea of Lightning, Yi Xian quickly spoke again. This king has already sent a message to the second generation of the demon race's ancestral descendant. He will temporarily leave to pursue the last 2 undying old monsters. Later, I will arrange the Sea of Lightning. The 2 of you cooperate with me and use your magical power to blow up a corner. Quickly escape in the direction of the universe wormhole. It's the right side of the northwest corner. Quick! Screech. As soon as Yi Xian's words fell, the elephant fox ferret and the three-clawed flood dragon immediately stretched out their necks and hissed fiercely. The green and white light above the elephant fox ferret's head suddenly brightened, turning into a blazing energy that rushed forward. The golden flood dragon's natal treasure hanging above the three-clawed flood dragon's head also instantly shone with golden light. When it shot out, it revealed 2 flood dragon phantoms that were tens of thousands of feet long. Almost at the same time as the elephant fox ferret and the blazing green and white light shot out, they blasted the right side of the Sea of Lightning. A corner. Boom! Chapter 4057. Bang. Rumble. An enormous explosion resounded, and it was accompanied by rumbling that shook the heavens and the earth. The ocean of lightning in that direction had been specially controlled by Yi Xian, and its might was merely on the surface. At this moment, it was blasted open by the full force of the divine abilities and techniques executed by these two Eternal Realm experts, and it immediately blasted open a passageway. It was only around 100 meters, but it was entirely sufficient for the elephantine mink and the dragon. They cried out happily once more, and then the two old fellows transformed into rays of light that swiftly charged out of the passageway that was only around 300 m in diameter. All along the way, for the sake of making it seem more realistic, the two old fellows had even intentionally touched the violet gold lightning that floated in midair after the explosion. It was precisely because of this that their bloodline true bodies appeared once more when they charged out of the passageway that had been blasted open, and they seemed to be in an extremely sorry state. When this scene entered into the eyes of the countless experts from both sides that were fleeing in disarray, it instantly caused a huge wave of exclaims of shock to resound. Those two old geezers are simply too shameless. They actually feigned an attack while actually fleeing. Where's the dignity of both of you Eternal Realm experts? In practically the next instant, the alloy war god's figure charged out from the ocean of lightning, and he pointed the black stick in his right hand towards them as he roared in a domineering manner. Come. Don't be in a hurry to flee. Let's fight another 300 rounds. PFFF. The elephantine mink and the dragon were caught off guard when they heard Xian, and they were almost angered to the point of spitting out blood. When they instinctively turned around to look, their eyes were filled with resentment. This young master really doesn't give us any face at all. It's just an act, so is there a need to be so serious? No matter what, we're Eternal Realm experts, yet we're being questioned by a junior at the Region Lord Realm. How can we endure this? However, this thought merely flashed in their minds because they naturally didn't dare to dwell on this matter. On one hand, the lightning spirit emperor talisman that Xian had left within their souls was still there, and it would be troublesome if it suddenly exploded by itself due to any disrespectful thoughts. Other than that, the demon official had already left, rushing in the opposite direction, chasing after the last two undyings. With his terrifying cultivation and strength, he would be able to return in a short while at most. At that time, if he had not escaped from the Devil Domain and rushed into the wormhole at the edge of the Star Domain, the show just now would have been in vain. As an official, how could he not even be able to keep the two of them? Didn't you see that in such a short period of time, he had already killed several of them with a wave of his hand? The moment this official returned and didn't kill the two of them, anyone with eyes would know that they would be exposed. Hence, they would be suspicious when they returned to their own races. Everyone listen up. Evacuate. Evacuate immediately. Let's split up and leave as many as we can. Let's leave it to fate. Roar. Thinking like this, the two old men no longer hesitated. They raised their heads and roared. With a flash, they rushed toward the outer edge of the demon territory. The elephant fox ferret headed straight for the wormhole that led to the third universe of the human race, while the three-clawed dragon headed straight for the wormhole that led to the second universe. In the distance, tens of millions of battleships from the two expeditionary camps were fighting fiercely with the demon army and millions of indigenous ferocious beasts. They were originally secretly retreating in these two directions, fighting as they retreated. After all, as the leaders of the two expeditionary camps, these undyings didn't say anything and only cared about escaping. Leaving them behind might have the intention of restraining them at all. Hence, even if they were cursing in their hearts, the fleets from the two large dimensions and the top forces didn't dare to do anything. The higher-ups did not dare to escape too brazenly. If any of the immortal realm old monsters managed to escape with their lives, they would definitely be punished when they returned. However, that was in the past. Now, things were different. Two undying old monsters had spoken at the same time, telling them to completely retreat. Every single one of them who could leave was better than nothing. Under such circumstances, it was naturally impossible for anyone to continue fighting. Rumble. Almost as soon as the elephant fox mink and the three-clawed flood dragon transformed into rays of light that shot into the distance and quickly disappeared from sight, the place where the fierce battle was taking place in the distant starry sky was immediately filled with loud rumbling sounds. The tens of millions of battleships from the two expeditionary camps, without exception, all stopped the bombardment of the battleships. They only maintained their energy shields, but the kinetic energy cabins were at full power, swarming toward the two wormholes that led to the second universe and the third universe. The final, all-out escape was about to begin. Roar! Roar! As the two expeditionary camps began to flee, the nearly 20 million battleships from the demon camp also chased after them at the first moment. The millions of indigenous ferocious beasts led by the primordial porcupine and the primordial tortoise also roared wildly. Without any hesitation, they chased at the forefront. For them, this was a rare large-scale battle in the starry sky. Although in the previous battle, each of the vicious beasts had collected a lot of flesh and blood as food, enough for them to enjoy for a long time, this kind of thing was a daily consumable. Who would complain about having too much? Naturally, it was better to have more. The opponent had tens of millions of troops from the two expeditionary camps. Naturally, they couldn't all stay, but it was absolutely impossible for them all to escape. After all, the two expeditionary camps had long been in chaos in the previous battle. Now, a portion of them were even sandwiched within the demon camp's army. They were like dumplings surrounded by dumplings, and there was no way for them to escape. In next to no time, the miserable encirclement and annihilation battle broke out once again. But this time, the situation of the battle became truly one-sided. Even though the two punitive expeditionary camps still occupied an advantage in terms of military strength, the morale and fighting spirit of the punitive expedition camp had long since dissipated, and they were destined to be crushed. Seeing this scene, Xianxia's heart relaxed. He didn't expect to leave all of them behind. Now, it was obvious that the situation was over, and only a third of them could successfully escape. As for the two old fellows, the elephant fox ferret and the three-clawed flood dragon, they could no longer be seen. It was estimated that in a dozen breaths' time, they would reach the wormhole at the edge of the demon star field. Thinking of this, Xian recalled the entire sea of lightning behind him into the Rai-D seal. The thunder spirit of the Emperor's seal let out a happy cry, circled half a circle, and disappeared in a flash. Finally, Xian waved his hand and kept the Rai-D seal in his undying world. Without any hesitation, he turned around and rushed in the direction of the demon race's second-generation descendants. Chapter 4058. This time, the human race's technology and cultivation camps in the third universe, the headquarters of the myriad Luo Federation, and the various races in the second universe sent out a total of 11 undying old monsters. At first, one of them was killed by Xian's 3 waves of purple-gold tide of the Time War. Then, 3 of the undying old monsters were trapped in 1,000,000 miles of Thunder Sea. 1 was killed, and the other 2 were taken in as subordinates. Now, they were probably at the 2 wormholes at the edge of the demon star field and were about to leave the first universe. As for the remaining 7, when Xian transmitted to the second-generation ancestor of the demon race, 5 of them had fallen, and only 2 were left. Now Xian put away the 1,000,000 miles of Thunder Sea and turned around to search in this direction. Before he arrived, he saw a huge corpse lying in the void from a long distance away. There was still a residual undying aura in the body. In a short time, one of the 2 undying old monsters had been killed, and only 1 was left. He was escaping into the void in the distance, and the second-generation ancestor of the demon race was calmly raising his hand and pointing in that direction. This last undying old monster who was escaping in horror was a human. He was an undying old man from the Undying Dynasty. Seeing this, Xian's heart moved, and he subconsciously called out softly, "Senior, please stop." The second-generation descendant of the devil cultivator exclaimed in surprise and subconsciously turned his head to look at Xian. A light flashed in his eyes, but his hand didn't stop moving. He only pointed his finger at Xian and grabbed with his hand. Rumble. The dull roar quickly went away, and the speed was extremely fast. Although the undying human in front was close to the edge of the demon star field, in the end, he was still caught in the palm of the giant energy hand that was like the sky. His eyes were filled with despair, and he was quickly caught and appeared in front of the demon race. In front of the second-generation ancestor of the demon race. Is this person useful to you? As for Yi Xian, although this was the first time the second-generation ancestor of the demon people had met him, he had heard many things about him through the first-generation demon emperor and the other core members of the demon people royal family. Otherwise, when Yi Xian transmitted his voice to him in the millions of miles of Thunder Sea, this Marquis Undying wouldn't have been able to do so. Without another word, Ning immediately did as he was told. Senior, just leave this person to me. Don't worry, although he is an immortal, he can't escape from my hands. Yi Xian cupped his hands. This person before him couldn't compare to the first-generation demon emperor, Mo Zhutian. He was a second-generation descendant of the demon race, and he was an official-level Undying. He didn't dare act rashly. Having said that, Yi Xian waved his hand and brought out the Shenong cauldron. It immediately manifested in its complete form, a cauldron-shaped star that was even larger than a superstar. As expected of this venerable artifact. Back then, I didn't have the chance to see it. Who would have thought that it would fall into your hands in this life? Seeing the Shenong cauldron, the eyes of the second-generation ancestor of the demon people flashed again, and there was a hint of emotion in his words. Hearing the meaning of his words, he obviously knew about the Shenong cauldron. After all, he was an existence that had lived from the ancient times to the present. However, even he had only heard of it back then, and had never seen it with his own eyes. It was inevitable that he would feel a little emotional. With this cauldron, I don't have to be afraid of this beast stirring up trouble. I'll leave it to you. Soon, the second-generation ancestor of the demon people nodded and gently waved his hand. The giant energy hand that was like the sky suddenly shook and threw the undying human out like he was throwing trash. Xiao. The latter's face was filled with grief and anger as he gritted his teeth. He was a dignified Undying, yet he was treated like this. Obviously, he was extremely unhappy. However, facing an official-level Undying, he didn't dare to even fart. He was directly thrown into the mouth of the Shenong cauldron and disappeared. This old man can't stay for too long. The previous matter is over. The rest is up to you. Turning his head again, he glanced at Yi Xian. After the second-generation ancestor of the demon people finished speaking, he quickly glanced at the left side of Yi Xian's chest thoughtfully. His eyes suddenly froze, and there seemed to be fear emerging, but it quickly disappeared. Then his figure flashed and disappeared directly, leaving not a trace of aura behind. And the entire demon people's star field that had been sealed because of his arrival returned to normal from this moment on. In the distant void, some of the battleships in the two expeditionary camps that were fleeing in disorder had obviously sensed the change in this void at the first moment. In ecstasy, a large number of low-noise sounds were heard. A deep buzzing sound was heard in an instant. Now that the seal of the void had been lifted, they naturally didn't need to use all their strength to escape. Using space jump, their chances of leaving this place alive were higher. Yi Xian didn't pay attention to all this, because he still had other things to do. Not far behind him in the void, there was a huge bloodline true body of the fallen immortal old monster. He immediately turned around, activated the Shenong cauldron, and put it into the cauldron. He stored it in the cauldron at the bottom of the volcano in the central region of the cauldron space. As for the other 5 immortal old monsters that had been killed by the second-generation ancestor of the demon people before, 3 of them had already been destroyed in body and soul, leaving no trace behind. It was really a waste. The remaining 2 were also blown up, and their remains cracked into pieces of meat of different sizes. They were divided up by the 2 foodies, the primordial porcupine and the primordial hairy turtle, leading a group of indigenous fierce beasts. Even Yi Xian didn't have the ability to take back the blood food that had entered the pockets of these foodies. Besides, he really didn't care about the body of the immortal realm powerhouse. In the sealed cave at the bottom of the volcano in the central region of the Shenong cauldron, there were still a large number of remains of the primordial creatures beyond the immortal realm. At this point, the battle was basically over. All the forces from the 2 expeditionary camps in the second universe and the third universe had collapsed. In terms of high-end battle forces, 2 of the 11 immortal old monsters surrendered, 1 was captured alive, and the rest were all killed. In terms of conventional battle forces, the 2 camps had more than 50 million battleships, fortresses, and fortresses of various sizes. In the previous fierce interstellar battle, nearly 10 million of them had been destroyed. Now, there were only 40 million battleships left, and it was estimated that only half of them could escape. This time, the Demon People camp would reap a great harvest, at least 20 million battleships, which was simply shocking. A single interstellar battle had made them so rich that they were overflowing with oil. There were also countless captives in these battleships, including the races of the second universe and the humans of the first universe. Naturally, the battleships were directly taken. As for these captives, they would be kept as slaves or used as bargaining chips to ask for a sky-high ransom from the races and top forces of the two universes. This matter needed to be discussed later. Chapter 4059. The immortal elder who was thrown into the Shenong cauldron was named Longshan Tang. His cultivation base was at the peak of the early stage of the immortal realm, not far from the middle stage of the immortal realm. However, before he was thrown into the Shenong cauldron, his cultivation base had been sealed. Although there was a possibility of breaking through, it would take at least half a day. Under such circumstances, when Longshan Tang was thrown into the Shenong cauldron, his cultivation base was almost completely gone. He only had a tyrannical body. There weren't many people left in the inner space of the Shenong cauldron. Other than the 8 great Vajra who could move around freely in the central region, the only ones who were imprisoned in the mountain cage at the bottom of the volcano were Shirwanjin, the flying centipede, and the half-rotten ancestor of the Inji clan, who was captured alive by Yi Xian in this battle. Shirwanjin was still in a deep sleep. The bloodline in his body had mutated because he had absorbed the strange poisonous fog from the flying centipede not long ago. It might take some time for him to wake up. The flying centipede and the old ancestor of the Inji clan were also imprisoned at the bottom of the volcano. One of them was half dead. He had just experienced the purple gold tide of the Battle of Time and instantly lost 30,000 years of life. If he did not have any special means, he might not be able to recover in a short time. On the contrary, the flying centipede who was captured by Yi Xian a few days ago was the most lively. However, he was only strong in appearance. The strange poisonous fog that had been secreted in his body for many years had been completely absorbed by Yi Xian in the last battle. Now, he was also in a weak state. Bang! A huge bang sounded from a hill not far from the central region volcano. It was the sound of the human dynasty's undying elder Longshan Tang, whose cultivation was sealed and only had his physical strength left, being thrown into the cauldron space. He fell from the sky and smashed into the ground. Although his cultivation base was sealed, Longshan Tang was after all an immortal realm expert. His tyrannical body was still there. Even if he fell directly from the mouth of the Shenong cauldron without any protection, he would not be injured. However, it was still unavoidable to be smashed to the point of dizziness and seeing stars. After all, although the space inside the cauldron showed an ordinary world, it was actually transformed from the special metal used to make the Shenong cauldron. It was extremely hard. Although this strike didn't even break the ground of this mountain, the impact was not to be underestimated. Even with the powerful body of the old monsters were seeing stars. It was easy to imagine how powerful this strike was. This side of the enormous volcano in the central region shook a few times before calming down. Such a large commotion naturally attracted the attention of the 8 great guardian deities. These 8 fellows had been hanging out with a group of indigenous vicious beasts recently and had received guidance in their cultivation. In addition, Yi Xian had opened up a supply of cultivation resources, and the world spirit chi within the cauldron far surpassed that of the outside world. There was also a large amount of precious blood treasures. Meat wrapped around the stomach. Due to various factors, the cultivation of these 8 fellows could be said to have been rising rapidly. Presently, all of them had advanced to the 14th great realm of the starry sky, the cosmic realm. If they were in their respective clans, this was simply something that they would not dare to imagine. Was the boss fighting again? And he captured another captive. This time, it's actually a human elder? The 8 figures followed the sound and flew over. Although they were still quite far away, the person in the lead saw the situation here and immediately spoke. His feet also tightened as he quickly flew over. At this time, the undying elder of the imperial court, Long Shan, had just climbed up from the ground. His eyes were seeing stars, and his eyes were still somewhat dazed. Naturally, he had already noticed the 8 great guardian deities shooting over from afar. However, seeing that these 8 were only at the cosmic realm and were not even comparable to ants in front of him, Long Shan directly ignored them as if he didn't see them. He turned his head and looked at the mountain range in the distance. He knew that this was the internal space of the Shenong cauldron, and he knew that this cauldron was an ancient treasure with a powerful domain. In a short time, it would be difficult to think of a way to leave. At least, before his cultivation was fully recovered, there was absolutely no hope of that. Now that he turned his head and looked around, Long Shan wanted to find a suitable place to hide and start his closed-door training. He wanted to break through the restriction that was casually left behind by the demon marquis. Thinking of this, he still had some lingering fear. Fortunately, the demon marquis didn't take him seriously and seemed to be quite confident in this Shenong cauldron and his brother, Mo Jufeng. He just casually sealed his cultivation and didn't even do anything special. Otherwise, with his cultivation level that hadn't reached the middle stage of the undying level, it would take him at least a year and a half to break through the restriction left behind by a Soon, Long Shan chose a direction and decided to find a place for his closed-door training in a mountain range there. However, because his cultivation was sealed, he was unable to fly in the air. He could only take large strides and run on his feet. With the strength of his sempiternal realm physical body, even if he did not use his cultivation base, his speed was extremely fast. Soon, his figure turned into a stream of light and shot in the direction he had set. The 8 great guardian deities were just a few thousand meters away. When they saw that the old man who had just been captured by their leader was still trying to escape and was not being honest at all, they were instantly enraged. With a twist of their bodies, they turned into 8 graceful figures and chased after him. "Old man, don't run. Stop. Shameless dog, you are still not obedient after being captured alive. Why are you running like a mouse? No matter how hard you try, you can't escape. Turn around and come back obediently. This is our territory. Hurry up and worship the mountain. Damn old man, you don't want face, do you? Don't let me catch you. Otherwise, I'll wash you clean and roast you to feed the beasts." Plop. As the unbridled and arrogant curses behind him entered his ears, Long Shan, who was running at full speed, was so angry that his vision turned black. He did not pay attention to his feet for a moment and directly fell down. After rolling twice and climbing up, his face was already ashen, and his chest was filled with depression. He actually opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of saliva. Old blood. A dignified immortal realm old monster, the immortal realm elder of the immortal dynasty of the Third Universe's human race, was being chased by 8 mere cosmic light realm ant-like juniors, and their mouths seemed to be filthy. They kept calling him a damned old man and an old rat. This was simply lawless. Howl. A few ants of the universe. Are you tired of living and want to die together? In grief and indignation, Long Shan raised his head and roared furiously. As he cursed, he turned around and didn't run forward anymore. Instead, he went straight to the 8 great guardian deities. Chapter 4060. Seeing Long Shan dashing forward, quickly reaching the 8 Vajra and about to attack, Xianxia panicked and immediately roared, "Damn old man, stop." He was after all an undying old monster. Even though his training was sealed, his physical body was still strong. The 8 Vajra were indeed too rash. On one hand, they probably thought that this old man was definitely a captive of Xianxia and was already meat on the chopping board. He wouldn't dare to jump around. On the other hand, Long Shan training was sealed. With the 8 of them, they couldn't see through his level at all. They didn't know that he was an undying old monster, hence they were so arrogant. In truth, even if Long Shan was captured and trapped within the Shenong cauldron, how could an undying old monster's dignity be blasphemed against? They were all juniors with lower training than him. Facing Xianxia, Long Shan definitely wouldn't dare act rashly. He would most likely be extremely wary. However, facing the 8 Vajra was another matter altogether. If Yi Xian hadn't arrived in time, these 8 fellows would have definitely fallen. Under the wrath of the immortal realm old monster, even if it was just the strength of his physical body, he would still be able to kill them in one fell swoop. At this moment, Long Shantang was originally in a fit of anger. He was planning to blow up these 8 fellows who did not care about their lives with a single punch. However, just as he was about to attack, he suddenly heard an explosive shout coming from above his head. He hadn't even dealt with the 8 fellows before, and now there was another who called him a damn old man. Long Shantang was so angry that his eyes were about to split open. His mouth and nose were about to spit out solid flames. Which little king is it again? Subconsciously opening his mouth to scold, Long Shantang also turned his head to the left side of the voice at the same time. Suddenly, he saw that the existence that was descending was actually the owner of this Shenong treasure cauldron, the demon cultivator imperial brother Mo Jefeng. His face stiffened, and the second half of his sentence came to an abrupt halt. He forcefully swallowed it back. He was truly afraid of this demon. The 5 geniuses were one, and they were known as the number 1 of the younger generation. The key was that they had an official level undying behind them. Also, this official seemed to listen to everything he said. Long Shantang had personally witnessed this scene when he was thrown into the farmer god cauldron like a piece of trash. It wasn't fake at all. Not only that, but he had also heard the conversation between the two. It could be said that if it weren't for the descending figure of Mo Jinfeng, he would have most likely died already. To be honest, this old life of his was indeed saved on a whim by Mo Jinfeng. Other than that, Long Shantang was extremely curious about the relationship between this person and the Undying. That Marquis was the second-generation ancestor of the demon race, and this one was the younger brother of the current demon emperor, so he should be called Ancestor. But before this, he had clearly addressed him as Senior. This was completely out of line with etiquette and was extremely strange. What are you guys still standing around for? Do what you need to do. At this moment, Yi Xian landed and glanced at the 8 guardian warriors. He rolled his eyes and began to reprimand them. The 8 of them were already scared out of their wits. Although they still didn't know the true level of the old man in front of them, they could tell that he was far more powerful than a universe master, or at least a star lord or even a region master, based on the majestic power of the punch that he hadn't launched. The 8 guardian warriors felt like their souls were trembling when they thought about how they had chased after an old monster who was at least a star lord, and how they had even called him a dog and an old rat. This stimulation was 2F** king satisfying. Following Yi Xian's roar, the 8 of them trembled and shrank their necks. They didn't dare to stay any longer. They stole a glance at the gloomy Long Shantang and hurriedly ran away. My young friend, the battle outside must be over, right? The high-end immortal realm experts are all dead, and the tens of millions of regular soldiers are nothing. Seeing that Yi Xian had directly reprimanded the 8 juniors who were courting death, and considering that the other party had saved his life, Long Shantang's expression softened a bit, even though he didn't know his purpose at the moment. Since this battle is over, our relationship as enemies naturally doesn't exist anymore. Alright, I wonder, why did you save me, my young friend? Yi Xian didn't waste his breath. With a wave of his hand, an antique tea table appeared. There was even spirit tea that had been brewed a long time ago. He lifted the teapot, poured 2 cups and grinned, "Alliance." An alliance? Long Shantang had never expected this answer. He was obviously stunned for a moment, but then he raised his head and laughed. After laughing, he said in embarrassment, "My young friend, are you kidding me? How can my dynasty ally with the demons? What a joke! You are just an ordinary immortal elder in the immortal dynasty. You can't make the decision on this matter. You just need to help me bring the message back." Yi Xian didn't mind. He raised his hand and took a sip of the spirit tea that he had just poured. He was still as calm as ever as he continued, "I believe you can see some clues from the unforeseen events that happened in the source of all evil star domain. The reappearance of the heavenly Tao's eye represents the distant desolate era that was destroyed by the legendary battle. It is possible that it will once again descend into the world. At that time, the three great starry skies, the division between the devil cultivator and the human clan will all become floating clouds. It is just a passing cloud. Facing such a great change, whether it is the devil cultivator or the entire human clan, we must make preparations early. The alliance I mentioned is beneficial to both sides. You can give me a reply after thinking about it carefully. After saying that, Xian seemed to have suddenly thought of something. He changed the topic and said in a cold tone, "In short, before the true great change arrives, the three main planes of the starry sky must be fully integrated. If your immortal dynasty insists on doing things its own way, I don't mind replacing it. Integrate the three great starry skies? What big words. Do you have the strength? Just a marquee-level undying?" Long Shantang was stunned once again when he heard Xian's words. He stared blankly at Xian for a long time before shaking his head and laughing after confirming that he wasn't joking. "Little friend, the five great monsters are indeed astonishing. After the young generation of the current world, you are indeed worthy of your name. You are the #1 person in the world, but in the end, you are still too confident." Chapter 4061. Don't blame this old man for speaking rudely. How dare you have such thoughts? You devil cultivator. You are simply sitting in a well. Hearing Xian say that he wanted to integrate all the races and top powers in the three main planes before the primordial chaos era descended again, Long Shantang immediately ridiculed him with disdain. He said that even if he had an undying marquee behind him, this kind of idea was just the talk of a fool. It was just a dream. In the end, as if he felt that it was a little boring to discuss this topic again, Long Shantang changed the topic and wanted to end it. "Well, there is no need to talk about this anymore. Even if the great chaos of the primordial era comes, the current main plane of the starry sky no longer has any meaning. It's impossible for the immortal dynasty to secretly ally with the devil cultivator before this. This matter may have disappointed little friend Mo. Here, this old man thanks little friend Mo for saving my life. However, if little friend Mo wants to use this as a threat to instigate this old man to infiltrate the dynasty and carry out some secret operations, I advise you not to think too much about it." The Xian was so angry that he laughed. After laughing, the anger in his heart instantly dissipated, because he suddenly thought of something. That was his previous identity as Prince Xian. Although he was forced to do so, no matter what, he was still a little brooding. But now, it seemed that he had encountered an opportunity to resolve this grudge in his heart. Thinking of this, Xian was in a good mood. He nodded his head in approval, then looked at Long Shantang and said, "Not bad, this kind of integrity is quite impressive. However, you don't have to use the heart of a villain to measure the heart of a gentleman. This king just said that this matter only requires you to pass on this king's intentions. It's just a matter of giving it to the upper echelons of the immortal dynasty. Whether they agree or not is their business. Even if they don't agree in the future, this emperor will naturally take over and complete this step myself. As for the matter of saving you just now," at this point, Xian changed the topic, and the expression on his face became somewhat mysterious. "I wonder which one is more important, the life of an immortal elder of the dynasty, or the identity of a prince of the current generation? How can the latter compare to the former?" Xian's question was baffling. Not to mention the fact that it happened so suddenly, he was caught off guard. In fact, even the meaning behind his words was completely baffling to the point that he couldn't even figure it out. But at least the literal meaning was very clear, and the answer was obvious. There was no need to think about it. Xian saw that the other party was dumbfounded, as if he had been struck by lightning. He reminded him in a timely manner, "You only need to answer this question of mine, and you can leave at any time." Hearing that he could leave immediately after answering this question, Long Shantang was even more stunned. However, he clearly did not plan to let go of this opportunity. He immediately continued, "The status of the current generation of the imperial dynasty is naturally noble, but the immortal elder is the true foundation of the imperial family. The former is the younger generation, the latter is the clan elder. The identity of the current generation's prince naturally cannot be compared to the life of an immortal elder. There is simply no comparison." "Good, very good. Just remember what you said today. Yi Xian nodded and laughed again. Suddenly he felt his chest relax. In the end, he waved his hand and summoned a cloud of 9-colored fog. He said, "In that case, you do not need to thank me for saving you just now. This king will return it, please leave." At this time, Long Shantang was completely confused. He even had doubts in his mind. He wondered if this demon king imperial brother, Mo Jiufeng, had a screw loose in his head. First, he said something about unifying the 3 universes before the Great Chaos era fully descended. Now, he was talking nonsense. He did not understand what he was saying at all. In the end, he even inexplicably returned the gratitude he had just expressed and gave the order to leave on the spot. Yes, this person was one of the 5 great monsters. He was known as the #1 person in the younger generation. Sometimes, there was a fine line between a genius and a lunatic. This person was so monstrous, it was understandable that he was a little crazy. Thinking like this, Long Shantang immediately felt that everything before had a reasonable explanation. He did not say anything more. Taking advantage of the other party's madness and not leaving, what if he turned around and went back on his word later? Wouldn't that be too late to cry? Thinking of this, his expression became strange. He glanced at Yi Xian with pity in his eyes. He raised his hand and cupped it. Without saying anything more, he jumped onto the 9-colored fog and was instantly lifted up. He shot towards the entrance of the Shenong cauldron and disappeared in the blink of an eye. He had already left the inner space of the cauldron. From now on, I have nothing to do with the identity of Prince Xian. Now that I have grown up, this identity has long been useless. Slightly raising his head and watching Long Shantang leave, Yi Xian suddenly felt a kind of emotion in his heart. At this moment, he had a feeling of sending off the past. Then, as if he had thought of something, a playful smile quickly appeared on Yi Xian's face. However, even if this identity is abandoned, there should be a formal announcement to end this past. It just so happens that the 2nd-generation ancestral descendant of the demon cultivator is already a marquis. The cultivation strength of the 1st-generation ancestral descendant will definitely make the core higher-ups of the 2 universes wonder. Although the next wave of war will come eventually, there is no need to worry for a short period of time. The matter in the 1st universe has come to an end for the time being. In the 2nd universe, first there is Jiao Ritian and the other prodigies of various races who have obtained the Universal Dao Foundation, then there is the 3-clawed flood dragon. Basically, the layout is complete. It is time to return to the 3rd universe and deal with the matter of Prince Xian. Thinking about it, since I was sent to the Death Star region and left the 3rd universe, everything I have done has greatly promoted the interests of the Federation and greatly damaged the interests of the Federation. There are countless things that I have done. I wonder if I can reach the top of the Federation's contribution rankings after returning this time. After all, the Tianji clan has been driven away by me. If that is really the case, Prince Xian's name will once again resound throughout the 3 universes. At that time, I'm afraid that the attitude of the Eternal Dynasty, which sent me to the 3rd universe, will change greatly and take the initiative to be friendly. And at that time, it will be time for me to reveal my true identity and bid farewell to Prince Xian. At the same time, it will be time for the 7 great prodigies to become one. I just don't know how the Eternal Dynasty will feel after knowing all this. I'm really looking forward to it. Without a doubt, once the truth of this matter was revealed and made public, the higher-ups of the demon cultivator race would definitely beat their chests and stamp their feet in regret. Chapter 4062. The Root of All Evil Star Region. Ever since the 2nd incident, the root of all Evil Star Field had completely disappeared from the face of the earth. During that incident, the Blood WRM clan of the 2nd universe had even mobilized their clan's foundation, which was the 9-headed Blood WRM and the other primordial almighty's projection doppelganger that had never appeared in the world. Even the projection doppelganger of the primordial almighty like the blood-red unicorn had descended, but they were all destroyed by the Void Tortoise in the end. Although the Void Tortoise had yet to recover from its injuries and was far from the primordial supreme's cultivation, it had a strong foundation after all. With its own strength, it had suppressed everything and stirred up the entire root of all Evil Star region. In the end, it had swept away all the products in the netherworld furnace, including the root of all evil liquid. It had directly led to the descent of the heavenly Tao's green eye, turning that place into a living hell. That unforeseen event was even more tragic than the first unforeseen event at the source of all evil. Moreover, this kind of thing had already happened twice in a row. Even if water had entered the head of the heavenly Tao's green eye, it would definitely be on guard. It was also for this reason that even Xian had no intention of entering the root of all evil star region again within a short period of time. That was definitely courting death. Even he, who had the protection of the farmer god cauldron and the headless infant corpse as his backing, was like this, not to mention the various clans and top forces in the 3 dimensions. During this period of time, the various clans and sects did not even dare to send scouts there, for fear of angering the heavenly Tao's green eye. When the heavenly Tao's green eye came to investigate, it would bring a terrible disaster to their clans. The strange thing was that the various clans and top forces in the outside world, including the itinerant cultivators in the 3 dimensions, did not dare to approach the root of all evil star region. However, the root of all evil star region was also quiet recently, without the slightest movement. If someone was bold enough to enter, they would discover that the netherworld furnace had been quietly standing in the depths of the root of all evil star region all this time, and it had not moved at all. But from time to time, cracks would appear in the distant void. Then rays of light of different colors would shoot out from the mouth of the cauldron and enter it. Immediately after, the chain links below the outer wall of the furnace that had been broken and swallowed by the mechanical race's alloy war god would correspondingly grow a few segments and spread outwards. This was clearly the work of the heavenly Tao's eye. Although the heavenly Tao green eye was still heavily injured and had yet to recover, it was the will of the heavenly Tao of the primordial world after all. It had a rich foundation, and the balls of light that were occasionally sent over from the cracks were all kinds of top-grade precious materials. It was repairing the netherworld furnace. As a matter of fact, all of this was almost complete, because the entire process had never stopped since the beginning. Every 2 hours, a large section of the runic chains would grow out. Over 10,000 broken chains were like tens of thousands of tentacles. As they grew, they moved towards the other end of the chains in the surrounding void. Today, the last batch of top-grade precious materials were sent over and entered the netherworld furnace. These tens of thousands of runic chains that were sending out the products of the netherworld furnace were finally completely repaired. They were completely connected with the small section of runic chains at the end of the surrounding void. Boom! At this moment, the netherworld furnace that had been quietly standing in the void suddenly shook violently. The furnace spirit had completely awakened. Rip! In the distant void, an incomparably clear sound of ripping silk rang out. A huge crack appeared in the void, and a vertical eye that was even bigger than a star appeared. As it opened, a ray of green light shot out and entered the netherworld furnace. Then it disappeared and the crack in the void closed. Walala! In the next moment, the sound of chains rang out loudly. The netherworld furnace suddenly trembled violently. Whether it was the runic chains on the top or bottom of the outer wall, all of them were broken in the middle. Half of them were still connected to the surrounding void and were suspended in the air. The other half was connected to the outer wall of the netherworld furnace. There were 10,000 runic chains on the top wall and 10,000 runic chains on the bottom wall. A total of 20,000 runic chains that were only half of the runic chains were waving in the void like restless space pythons. This was clearly the netherworld furnace that was about to go out again to hunt for flesh and blood materials. It was exactly the same as when it tore open the void and rushed into the mysterious space where the void giant tortoise was. Only this time, the netherworld furnace didn't tear open the void and rush in. Instead, it directly turned into a ray of green light and shot towards the edge of the source of all evil star field. After a short while, it passed through the barrier of the array formation that enveloped the entire source of all evil star field and directly descended into the first universe outside the source of all evil. At this moment, the netherworld furnace had descended into the first universe. A monstrous massacre was about to begin. Originally, The materials required to refine the all-evil source liquid in the Dark Cauldron were the remains of powerful life forms at the immortal grade. Anything below the immortal grade, even the remains of universe-grade powerhouses, would be spat out like trash. However, it didn't tear open the void crack and enter the mysterious unknown void to obtain the remains of those powerful primordial beings. Instead, it had descended into the first universe. Obviously, its purpose was very strange. Either the heavenly eye had changed the power of the domain in the netherworld furnace after this incident, causing even the flesh and blood of ordinary starry sky powerhouses to have a certain value. Either that, or the netherworld furnace planned to take revenge before it officially started the hunt. After all, there had already been 2 unexpected incidents. Whether it was the furnace spirit of the netherworld furnace or the eye of the heavens, they both had tempers. This time, he had unexpectedly descended to the first universe's plane to create a massacre as a deterrent. However, no matter which it was, there was no doubt that the demon race was destined to face a great calamity. Although the source of all evil star field was located between the demon race star field and the Tianji star field, the Tianji city on the other side of the star field had long disappeared. The demon race star field was currently the closest to the source of all evil star field. Recently, the source of all evil origin liquid was located at the place with the densest living aura. Walala! Clang! The chains rattled, revealing an endless murderous intent. After rushing out of the source of all evil star field, the netherworld furnace, which was as huge as a superstar, emitted a strong green light and temporarily paused in the void, as if it was sensing something. Soon, it captured the direction with the densest living aura and the closest location. After locking onto the location, the huge furnace suddenly shook and turned into a green stream of light. It shot out at an extremely fast speed and disappeared from sight in the blink of an eye. And this direction was where the demon race star field was located. Although the distance was extremely far, and even a large fortress with a diameter of 100,000 meters would take half a month to cross, the netherworld furnace's speed obviously exceeded that of a large fortress. In fact, it was much faster. Chapter 4063. The Demon Space Zone. The war was over, but the entire Demon Emperor Star area was still bustling with activity. However, this was, after all, a large-scale plane-level space war involving all 3 major planes. In terms of conventional combat power, the total number of spaceships dispatched by the 3 factions was more than 70 million, and there were also nearly 6 million native ferocious beasts participating. As for the high-end warriors, 11 ordinary immortals and 1 marquee immortals were deployed. That alone was enough to show the scale and fierceness of the war. Even the post-war cleanup of the battlefield and other complicated matters required a lot of time to deal with. Not to mention, there were still some small groups of enemy troops that were separated from the main force in the 2 camps. They were still in the heavy encirclement and were putting up a stubborn resistance. After Long Shantang left, Yixian jumped to the mouth of the Shenong Cauldron, then returned to the Demon Emperor planet and waited for the end of the war. This wait lasted for 2 whole days. Only after 2 days did everything finally come to an end. All the small groups of enemies had been annihilated, and the remains of the spaceships in the void of the Demon Emperor Space Zone were still being cleaned up. However, after taking care of the Star Lords, Sector Lords, and Universe-grade Senior Generals, Mo In Tian and the other senior members of the demons were free. They had just returned to the Demon Emperor planet and went to the palace of the royal family of the demons to discuss with Yixian. They were going to talk about the post-war affairs. This battle could be said to be a complete victory. Just the capture of the enemy's various warships, fortresses amounted to nearly 20 million. The number of experts captured alive was even more astronomical. Currently, it was being counted, but the general data was given to the higher-ups of the royal family who were in charge of the higher-ups. They had a rough idea of what was going on. At that moment, the senior members of the royal family were extremely excited. They were all talking excitedly. After this battle, the general situation of the first universe is basically settled. The alliance of 10,000 races in the first universe, which is fighting against the allied forces of our 4 races, will definitely be scared out of its wits. Its camp will soon be defeated. The day when the demon people unify the first universe will soon come. That's right. We won a great victory in this war. I'm sure that the races of the second universe and the human race of the third universe, as well as the Wan Luo Federation, won't dare to do anything to the demons in the near future. Only 3 of the 11 immortals escaped. That's enough to deter them. Besides, in terms of the general trend of the public opinion, they have been greatly troubled recently. The death of the 8 immortal experts and the escape of the 50 million starships have greatly disgraced the major species and the top forces of the 2 major dimensions. Even if they want to continue the expedition later, they will certainly have to wait until the end of the war. Think thrice before you act. Otherwise, if you lose again, you will really become a laughingstock. Ha! I didn't expect that we could achieve such a great victory in the end. Just the various types of battleships, fortresses, we've captured nearly 20 million of them, as well as hundreds of millions of masters of various races. By the way, as for the prisoners of various races, whether to keep them as slaves or to ask for ransom from the races of the 2 dimensions, it seems that we have to discuss this matter carefully. Otherwise, it's not a good thing to have such a large number of masters of the starry sky in the hands of the demons. The daily consumption is not small. After a round of discussion, all the post-war matters were basically settled. The demons would send people to contact the races and top forces of the 2 dimensions about the ransom of the hundreds of millions of masters of the starry sky captured. Soon, most of the senior members of the royal family of the demons left to take care of some affairs. The Demon Emperor Mo Zhutian, the current Demon Emperor Mo Wenin, and a few other senior members of the royal family that Yi Xian was familiar with stayed. After this battle, the general situation of the first universe has been settled. Therefore, I've decided to leave temporarily and return to the third universe to settle the matters of the human race. Seeing that the Demon Emperor Mo Zhutian and several other senior members of the demons all turned to look at him, Yi Xian went straight to the point and said his intention to leave. After a short pause, he continued, "There's basically nothing major in the first universe. After this battle, the alliance of 10,000 races will soon fall apart. As for the second universe, I've already made arrangements. In fact, I deliberately let the 3 immortal old monsters who escaped in this battle go. The 2 elders of the second universe and the Senate of the Wan Luo Federation have already surrendered to me and are considered to be spies. As for the royal elder of the immortal dynasty of the third universe, he brought me the intention of the demons to form an alliance with the dynasty. However, it seems that there's not much hope for this. The Wan Luo Federation's momentum is gone. Once the great primordial chaos descends, the Federation will lose its meaning of existence. At that time, they will only have the Senate left. There's no need to think too much about it. However, the 2 camps of the human race are still a big problem. Now that the first universe is basically united, and the second universe has already made arrangements. We just need to wait for the time to be ripe, and everything will naturally fall into place. Only the human race of the third universe still doesn't have many clues. I need to go back to the third universe to find a way to break through. No matter what, before the great primordial chaos descends again, the forces of the 3 universes must be fully integrated. The other races and forces don't have the ability, so this matter can only be done by us. Otherwise, in the face of the descent of the great primordial chaos, the 3 main universes will probably... How many living beings will survive? They will all become cannon fodder. At the mention of this matter, the faces of the Demon Emperor, and the others, who were originally in high spirits, instantly darkened. The frequent appearance of the heavenly Taos I had long allowed the core and upper echelons of the various races in the 3 great planes to keenly capture some information. It was even possible that the strange disappearance of the heavenly legacy race was because of this. After countless years of development and growth, the major clans and top forces in the 3 main planes of the starry skies were thriving and seemed to be on the verge of a golden age. However, at this time, the Great Chaotic Era, which was rumored to have collapsed after a great war, was about to descend. This was definitely an extremely dark cloud weighing down on the hearts of the core and upper echelons of the various races. Facing this crisis, It was truly difficult to predict whether the demon race could withstand it. However, no matter what, it was necessary to fight with all their might. Yixian was right. It was urgent to integrate all the forces of the three Great Plains as soon as possible. Even if they did this, it was difficult to predict whether they would be able to survive this great calamity by gathering the forces of all the races of the three Great Plains. Thinking of this, the Demon Emperor, Emo Zhu Tian, sighed faintly and continued, "Indeed, the human race of the third universe can no longer delay. I will have to trouble you with this matter, little friend. Only with your identity can you complete the integration of the human race as soon as possible. If it was anyone else, no one would be able to do it." Chapter 4064. The Demon Emperor's Star Area. Only 2 days had passed since the Great Battle. The vast star area outside the inner defense circle of the 3 stars of the Demon Emperor was still bustling with activity. There were still a lot of wreckage of battleships in the void. Numerous demon battleships were shuttling back and forth, cleaning up the battlefield. In addition, there were some wreckage of strong warriors in the starry sky, but not many. Most of them were humans, some crustacean-type insects, and some crystal life forms. Most of the wreckage of the fallen warriors were the bloodline true bodies of other fleshly life forms. To put it bluntly, they were in the shape of various ferocious beasts. These had long been divided up by millions of indigenous ferocious beasts, led by the immemorial porcupine and the immemorial hairy turtle. At the same time, in the distance of the Demon Emperor Star area, a very clear sound of rattling chains came quietly. Because the battle was too fierce, the scouts that the demons had sent to the void around the Demon Emperor Star had all been withdrawn. They had also participated in the planar level battle in the starry sky that concerned the survival of their race. Now that the battle had just ended, the battlefield had not been cleaned up and the normal patrol tasks had not been assigned yet. Therefore, the Demon Emperor Star had no idea what was happening in the void of the universe outside the Demon Emperor Star area. No one had expected that the enemy would suddenly come at this time. Because of this, the Demon Emperor Star area had not detected anything when the Netherworld Stove had rushed all the way from the source of all evil star area to the edge of the Demon Emperor Star area that led to the depths of the first universe. At this moment, the Netherworld Cauldron had already entered the Demon Emperor Star area. Countless demon dwellers who were cleaning up the battlefield in the surrounding void were startled when they heard the continuous clanking sound of chains. Although these demon warriors had never entered the source of all evil, so they had not seen the Netherworld Stove with their own eyes, the latter's characteristics were too obvious. At this moment, it was like a giant star shooting from the void in the distance, rumbling as it approached. On the outer wall of the Netherworld Stove, there were a large number of serpent-like rune chains waving in the wind, unfolding. This scene was like the roar of a giant demon, and an invisible and terrifying pressure instantly pressed down. In an instant, it caused the hearts of countless demon experts to tremble violently, and they cried out in alarm. Even the prisoners of war of various races in the 2 dimensions were shocked, and their eyes almost popped out of their sockets. Netherworld Furnace. It's actually the Netherworld Furnace. Heavens, it actually rushed out of the origin of all evil star field. Something big is going to happen. Revenge, this is definitely the rhythm of revenge. I heard that the products refined by the Dark Furnace require at least universe-level and undying-level existences. Although the demonic race is huge, how many existences of this level can there be? But the Netherworld Furnace has come. It is obvious that the previous 2 great changes in the source of all evil have angered the artifact spirit and the master behind it. After rushing out of the source of all evil star field, it casually found a place where the aura of living beings is exuberant. It wants to carry out a massacre as a deterrent. The demons have been implicated. They didn't even participate in the 2 events at the source of all evil. Today, they've been implicated. The underworld furnace is here, and even the ancient beings can't defend against it. Even the official level undyings can only flee. Why are you still detaining us? Your entire race is about to be annihilated. Release us immediately and escape together. Perhaps, we can still fight for a chance for you to escape. The entire Demon Emperor star area is about to become a hell on earth. Hualala! Hua! Along with the exclamations of horror and schadenfreude, the netherworld furnace from the void ahead finally arrived. It rushed to the edge of the internal defense circle of the 3 stars of the Demon Emperor star area, and the clanking of the chains was earth-shattering. A large number of spaceships of the great beings of the starry sky who were slightly closer to the netherworld furnace immediately lay on the ground, unable to move. Facing the terrifying pressure of the netherworld furnace, these great beings of the demons and other captured great beings of various races couldn't even activate the strength in their bodies. They directly collapsed on the ground. This was the result of the netherworld furnace deliberately controlling the pressure of its domain. Otherwise, whether it was these experts of the starry sky, the various battleships, fortresses, or fortresses, they would all explode as soon as the netherworld furnace descended. After all, when they were in the source of all evil star area, even Xian couldn't get close to the netherworld furnace without the protection of the headless infant corpse or the Shenong cauldron. Hualala! Around the netherworld furnace, all the living beings and spaceships within a radius of 10,000 miles were frozen, unable to move. The netherworld furnace, which was like a giant star, was like a wolf rushing into a flock of sheep. The 20,000 rune chains outside the furnace swept out like a starry sky python, and the strange sound of the chains shook the heavens and earth. Boom! Rumble! Almost in the next instant, endless rumbling sounds exploded. The space within 10,000 miles that was enveloped by the pressure of the netherworld furnace instantly turned into a purgatory on Earth. Even a large fortress with a diameter of 100,000 meters immediately exploded without any suspense when it was hit by a rune chain. The starry sky was filled with countless runes. The starry sky was filled with huge fireballs. As for the great beings of the demons and the captives of various races, their bodies directly exploded. In an instant, their bodies and souls were destroyed, and they turned into a cloud of blood mist. This blood mist, as well as the countless spaceships that exploded into fireballs, were all sucked into the netherworld furnace by the suction force from the mouth of the netherworld furnace. Then, the creepy cracking noises came out. It was the sound of the huge millstone inside the netherworld furnace rotating slowly. All the blood mist of the creatures and the wreckage of the battleships that were sucked in were mixed together and crushed. The real purgatory couldn't be more powerful than this. In an instant, the whole Demon Emperor star area was in complete chaos. Countless great beings of the demons outside the void of 10,000 miles began to flee, not to mention the countless captives of various races. Looking around, countless figures and spaceships were running away like stray dogs. In just a short breath, the 10,000 miles were completely cleared out. But the netherworld furnace didn't stop there. It turned into a green light and directly came to the side of the demon guard too. It was only 1,000 miles away, within reach. Hualala, boom! This time, the 20,000 rune chains on the outer wall of the netherworld furnace moved at the same time, like 20,000 space serpents rushing toward the demon guard too. All the rune chains bloomed with green light. Before the netherworld furnace rushed out of the source of all evil star area, the green eye of the heavenly way shot a green light into the furnace. Obviously, this kind of power was used at this moment. The demon guard too was also a star. Although it wasn't a superstar, it was not much smaller than a large star. At this moment, the star defensive formation lit up and a huge light shield appeared, but it was destroyed in an instant like a piece of paper. The 20,000 rune chains that were nearly 1 million miles long were like whips. Chapter 4065. The netherworld cauldron was simply too powerful, and when it was bolstered by the beam of azure light shot out from the green eye of the Heaven Dao, Devil Satellite 2 was instantly destroyed. A massive planet was reduced to countless fragments of varying sizes, which then exploded with a deafening rumble. The real star fall happened, causing the entire void to change. Although the star magnetic field was invisible, it was real. The 3 stars of the Demon Emperor, 1 Emperor and 2 guards, had originally become a whole. Now that Demon Satellite 2 was completely destroyed, it caused the void to become unbalanced. Demon Satellite 1 and the Demon Emperor star in the distance were affected at the same time. The star shook as if doomsday had arrived. Rumble! The star exploded, and the fire soared into the sky, illuminating the void. In the distance, the demon experts and captives of various races who were hurriedly running away had already opened their eyes wide. They were so shocked that their eyes were about to pop out of their sockets. Such a scene would require at least 1,000,000 large fortresses with a diameter of 100,000 meters to concentrate their firepower and forcibly bombard it. But now, with a light wave of the netherworld furnace's 20,000 rune chains, it was easily accomplished. At this moment, everyone had a clearer understanding of the terrifying power of the netherworld furnace. Although Demon Satellite 2 was only a satellite of the Demon Emperor Star, it was after all one of the 3 stars of the Demon Emperor Star. There were countless demon experts on it, and a large number of important facilities. But now, all of them were destroyed. With just one blow, one of the 3 stars of the Demon Emperor Star was completely destroyed by the netherworld furnace. This alone was enough to explain the problem. Today, the demons would not be able to escape. At the same time when Demon Satellite 2 was destroyed, from the Demon Emperor Star, countless figures rushed out of the atmosphere. The ones in the lead were the Demon Emperor Mo Tian and the other high-ranking members of the royal family of the demons. Xianxia was also among them. They did not appear until Demon Satellite 2 was destroyed. It was not that their reaction was too slow, but that the netherworld furnace was too fast. Before it arrived, no one had noticed it. When it arrived, it was already in the Demon Emperor Star area. Its speed was extremely fast. In the blink of an eye, it destroyed countless star experts and all kinds of battleships within 10,000 miles. Then, it launched a fatal attack on Demon Satellite 2. All of this had happened in less than 10 breaths of time since the netherworld furnace had arrived in the Demon Emperor Star region. The first-generation Demon Emperor, Mo Tian, Xianxia, and the others were still discussing in the Demon Imperial City's royal palace. They didn't know anything about the outside world, and by the time they realized that something had happened, it was already too late. The second demon guard was destroyed. The Demon Emperor 3 stars had guarded each other for tens of thousands of years. Now, this stable situation had been broken, and the inner defensive circle of the Demon Emperor 3 stars had been completely destroyed. Moreover, if the netherworld furnace continued to wreak havoc, even Mo Wei and the main star, the Demon Emperor Star, would most likely be saved. In this battle, countless Devil Dweller experts would perish. All of this, to the demon race, even if it was not a great disaster, it had definitely affected the foundation of the race's development. Under normal circumstances, it would be difficult for them to recover in tens of thousands of years. The upper echelons of the demon cultivator royal family were so angry that their eyes were about to pop out of their sockets as they cried out in shock. Damn it, the great calamity is coming. Our demon race is unjustly implicated. Extreme joy begets sorrow, extreme joy begets sorrow. The netherworld furnace's pressure is too terrifying. It must be the will of the Eye of the Heavens. It is very likely that the Eye of the Heavens will come soon. In the face of such a calamity, our demon race is not able to fight back. This is too depressing. Contact the ancestral land immediately. Start the migration immediately. Escape as much as you can. This was the only choice and also the wisest choice. Even if Xianxia was here, with the protection of the farmer god cauldron, he could only protect himself. He could not fight against the netherworld furnace and expel it. After all, the farmer god cauldron and the netherworld furnace were the same level of ancient treasures. The netherworld furnace could fully activate its power, but the farmer god cauldron had been refined by Xianxia and was closely related to Xianxia. Its power was restricted by Xianxia's own cultivation and strength, so it could not be fully activated. It could only protect Xianxia and the creatures in the cauldron from being harmed by the netherworld furnace. But it was impossible to expel the netherworld furnace. Unless the headless infant corpse took action, but the consequences were too serious. Who could guarantee that there was no conspiracy behind the sudden arrival of the netherworld furnace? This matter was related to the Eye of the Heavens. If the Eye of the Heavens was lurking in the dark, once the headless infant corpse appeared, it would be a terrible disaster for Xianxia. He would be thoroughly investigated. All his roots would be found out by the eye of the heavens. All his previous arrangements would be destroyed because of this. Of course, the most important point was that the power of the Netherworld Furnace was too terrifying. With just a simple blow, Demon Guard 2 had been completely destroyed. In this case, Demon Guard 1 and the Demon Emperor star could not escape. The Demon Emperor 3 stars could not exist anymore. What was the point of the entire demon race staying here and stubbornly resisting? It was better to conserve their strength, temporarily retreat, and plan for the future. Thinking of this, Xian sighed. He turned his head to the side and glanced at the furious Demon Emperor Mo Yutian and the others. He helplessly said, "Let's retreat. As you said, we'll leave as much as we can." Screech. In the distant void, the eyes of the millions of native ferocious beasts led by the primordial porcupine and the primordial turtle were all red. Seeing the arrival of the Netherworld Furnace, the hatred in their hearts was instantly aroused. At this moment, their fighting spirit was awe-inspiring. It was as if they were about to rush forward and fight to the death with the Netherworld Furnace. After all, back in the source of all evil star field, all the native ferocious beasts regarded the Netherworld Furnace as a sacred object. The entire native ferocious beast race had guarded it for tens of thousands of years and had never taken a single step out of the source of all evil star field. But in the end, the truth of the Netherworld Furnace was revealed by Xian. In that battle, the Netherworld Furnace not only harmed a large number of invading enemies, but also the native ferocious beasts. Countless native ferocious beasts were sucked in by the terrifying suction force of the Netherworld Furnace and crushed into a pulp. This was definitely a deep hatred. It was simply impossible for them to live under the same sky. The indigenous ferocious beasts were all straightforward people. They were very clear about their likes and dislikes. At this moment, when they saw the Netherworld Furnace descend, although they knew that they were no match for it, the battle intent in their bodies did not hesitate at all. Seeing this scene, Xian shook his head and bitterly smiled. Without hesitation, he waved his hand and summoned the farmer god cauldron that he kept in his undying world. A star cauldron that was even bigger than a superstar appeared in the void. The cauldron's mouth spewed out an endless amount of 9-colored mist, emitting a power that enveloped hundreds of miles in an instant. The vast void with a radius of 10,000 miles formed a protective force. Chapter 4066. Awu, Roar. In the void, millions of ferocious beasts roared furiously. Previously, when the Netherworld Furnace descended, tens of thousands of ferocious beasts had already fallen. Those tens of thousands of ferocious beasts just happened to be in the void where the Netherworld Furnace first attacked. They were suppressed at the first moment, and their bodies exploded into a bloody mist that was sucked away by the Netherworld Furnace. It was precisely because of this that the nearly 6 million ferocious beasts led by the primordial porcupine and the primordial turtle were so furious at this moment. The Netherworld Furnace that was once regarded as a sacred object and guarded for tens of thousands of years not only slaughtered the ferocious beasts in the second great change of the root of all evil. Now that it had descended to the demon domain, it was still the same, and it didn't even care about their old feelings. This really made them angry and furious. However, they couldn't ignore Xian's warning. For these foodies, if they were unable to roast meat with the Shenong strange flame in the Shenong cauldron in the future, it would be too boring. The life of a beast would lose a great deal of fun because of this. Not to mention, although these ferocious beasts were furious, their intelligence didn't vanish because of this. At least they knew that Xian said this completely out of consideration for the safety of all the ferocious beasts. Under such circumstances, even if they were furious in their hearts, they could only endure for the time being. Why don't you enter the cauldron? What are you waiting for? Seeing that the ferocious beasts were still unwilling, Xian sighed, and after roaring violently, his tone softened. Quickly enter the cauldron and leave this place for now. We'll slowly plan later. All the new and old hatred will be completely settled one day. The last sentence made all the ferocious beasts raise their heads and roar angrily again. Many ferocious beasts had tears of blood in their eyes, But even if they were unwilling, they still urged their bodies to transform into streaks of light that rushed into the millions of miles of void covered by the Farmer God Cauldron's domain. Then, they rushed into the space inside the Farmer God Cauldron through the mouth of the cauldron. Seeing this scene, Yi Xian's heart relaxed, and his heart that was in his throat was half relieved. At least, the problem of the ferocious beasts was solved. With the protection of the Farmer God Cauldron's domain, they would be fine. The other half of his heart was not completely relieved, and naturally, he was concerned about the demon domain. This void was too vast. Countless demon experts were scattered throughout the entire demon domain to clean up the battlefield. Under such circumstances, it was almost impossible to save all the experts of demon experts. They could only do what the demon Emperor Mo Emperor said, escape as many as they could, as the demon Emperor Mo said. As for the captives that were previously captured, because no one paid attention to them, they had long since dispersed. Whether it was Yi Xian or the devil cultivator race, none of them had the energy or the heart to pay attention to them. Just as Yi Xian was about to call out to the devil cultivator experts in the surrounding space to charge towards the Shenong cauldron as well so that they could save it together, an earth-shaking explosion suddenly sounded out from the space on the side of the Devil Emperor star. A blood-red rainbow split open the space and descended with a rumbling sound. This rainbow was extremely terrifying. With a diameter of millions of miles, it covered more than half of the Demon Emperor planet and a corner of the void beside it. Obviously, the second-generation ancestor of the demon race had made a move. The Marquis's method was indeed extraordinary. He sent down a blood-red light to bring all the experts in this void away. It was as if the entire race was hiding from the world. The great change is coming. The race is powerless to resist. Retreat, retreat. All the experts of the demon race and the race rush into the blood-red light immediately. Quick. The blood-red light can only be maintained for 3 minutes. Those who can rush in, give up everything and rush in immediately. After 3 minutes, everything will be gone. Obviously, when this light of guidance split open the void and descended, the upper echelons of the demon people royal family had already received the sound transmission. At this moment, when they heard that it was only 3 minutes, their expressions changed again. After saying that, they no longer hesitated and turned their heads to shoot toward the guiding bloodlight. The demon emperor Mo Zhutian looked at Yi Xian and shouted, "Little friend." Yi Xian nodded without any surprise. "It's okay. You all go first. You can contact me through the backup channel I left behind. I have to stay and see what happens next." After that, his body flashed and directly entered the mouth of the Farmer God Cauldron. At this time, the millions of indigenous beasts had all entered the cauldron. With a thought from Yi Xian, the gigantic cauldron that was originally as large as a star instantly shrunk to only 100 feet or so. Then he changed the power of the domain and activated the concealment effect, directly disappearing. Although the netherworld furnace was powerful, the Farmer God Cauldron was a treasure of the same level as it. Now that it had shrunk and entered a concealed state, even the netherworld furnace could no longer sense it. Seeing this, the demon emperor Mo Zhutian was completely relieved. Without another word, he turned around and shot away. In the blink of an eye, his figure disappeared into the blood-red light that was tens of thousands of miles away. Rumble! What? Walala! In the surrounding space, the rumbling sounds of explosions still continued. The nether furnace that was enormous like a star was still wreaking havoc. The 2 chains of talisman markings were like 20,000 terrifying space pythons. Every time they swung, the lives of a large number of experts would be reaped, exploding into a mist of blood. There were also a large number of space battleships that exploded in the void, turning into huge fireballs that fell apart. In the end, they were all sucked into the netherworld furnace by the strong suction force transmitted from the mouth of the netherworld furnace. In the face of all this, countless experts in the Demon Emperor Star area went crazy. No one had the thought of resisting. All kinds of battleships, fortresses were at full power, desperately rushing into the blood-red light. In the Demon Emperor Star and in the void, Countless experts and clansmen of the Demon Emperor Star rushed into the blood-red light as soon as possible after quickly packing up some of the most important cultivation resources and materials of their clans. There were also experts in the Demon Emperor Star, who were originally within the range of the blood-red light, so they were safe. However, they did not waste the last 3 minutes. They worked together, fully activating the power in their bodies, and tried their best to pack up the important materials in the area around them. They tried their best to pack up the important materials into their space storage magic treasures. This time, except for the Demon Guard 2 that had already collapsed, the remaining Demon Guard 1 and the Demon Emperor Star would most likely not be able to escape. In the end, it was very likely that they would be completely annihilated. The entire demon race would follow in the footsteps of the Tianji clan and migrate away. The only difference was that the Tianji clan had taken the initiative to leave, while the demon race had no choice but to migrate to avoid disaster because of the Netherworld Furnace. Chapter 4067. 3 minutes was neither too long nor too short. For the Starry Sky Warriors and the Starry Sky battleships, 3 minutes was enough for them to travel a long distance. Fortunately, although the Netherworld Furnace had developed a device spirit, its intelligence was not high. Otherwise, the Netherworld Furnace would have attacked and destroyed such a vast blood-red light of guidance that was thousands of miles in diameter from the horizon of the demonic Emperor Star. This blood-red light of guidance was made by the second-generation ancestor of the demon dwellers. His cultivation was only at the level of Marquis Undying. For the Starry Sky Warriors, he was a powerful being, like a giant in the sky, unreachable. However, for the creatures of the Desolation Era who had lived from the Desolation Era to the present, as well as the Netherworld Furnace, this blood-red light of guidance was nothing. Moreover, before the Netherworld Furnace rushed out of the source of all evil star field, it had been rewarded with a mysterious green light by the heavenly Tao Azure Eye, which was even more powerful. If it wanted to destroy it, this guiding blood light would definitely not be able to hold on, and the demon race would suffer even more losses. Therefore, everything went smoothly. Although it was impossible to take away all the resources, the demon dwellers, and the demon dwellers in the Demon Emperor Star area in 3 minutes, it was not a big problem to take away more than half of them. In these 3 minutes, many cities in the Demon Emperor Star, especially the Demon Emperor City, which was covered by the blood-red light of guidance, had taken away almost all the important materials into the storage magic treasure. After all, the demon dwellers in these areas did not need to rush to the blood-red light of guidance at all. They spent all their time on collecting resources. With these resources, the demon dwellers who had lived for tens of thousands of years in the Demon Emperor Star could find a suitable place to live and rise again in the future. In addition, more than 70% of the demon dwellers and the demon dwellers had rushed into the blood-red light of guidance. There were nearly 20 million battleships, fortresses, which were almost half of the total. Finally, with a sharp sound of breaking through the air, the blood-red light of guidance retreated almost instantly, retreating into the horrible space crack in the sky. Long. In the end, the void crack closed, leaving no trace behind. More than 70% of the demon race's people and resources were safely evacuated into the mysterious ancestral land's secret realm that even Xianxia didn't know where. Roar. Screech. With the departure of the guiding blood light, in the void outside the inner defensive circle of the 3 stars of the Devil Emperor, there was a series of desperate howls and roars. In this void, there were still over 10 million warships of various types, as well as countless captives and a small number of demon experts. Although a small number of them could basically escape, because they had already charged into the distance, their figures would soon disappear into the end of the void. However, the vast majority of them were destined to perish in the Demon Emperor Starfield. They were unwilling, but there was nothing they could do. Even the demon experts who were unable to charge into the range of the bloody light within 3 minutes felt the same. After all, such a technique was too shocking. Summoning blood light from the sky with a diameter of 10 million kilometers, normal Undyings wouldn't be able to use it. Even an official level Undying would only be able to use it once in a short amount of time. Now that the guiding blood light had left, it was obviously impossible for it to descend again in a short amount of time, In fact, even though Yi Xian was still in this star field, hiding himself with the help of the field of the Shenong Cauldron, he couldn't take action again. Because once he took action again, it was very likely to attract the attention of the spirit of the Netherworld Cauldron. It would be troublesome if the spirit of the Netherworld Cauldron insisted on fighting to the death. More importantly, it might attract the eye of the Heavenly Way, which might be lurking in the dark. The price was too high. Furthermore, there weren't many devil cultivator experts left behind, and they were all scattered. There was no way that there would be a large number of devil cultivator experts gathered in one area. The entire Devil Emperor Star region was so vast, it was impossible for Yi Xian to take out the Shenong Cauldron and run around the world. It would backfire and attract the eye of the Heavenly Way, which would lead to a greater disaster. Amidst the clanging of the chains, the Netherworld Furnace once again rushed into an area with a relatively dense number of battleships. The 20,000 rune chains swept through the void like space pythons, and in an instant, 1,000,000 battleships exploded, turning into large and small starry fireballs of various sizes. Then, they were sucked into the Netherworld Cauldron together with the blood mist formed by the many exploding demon experts. At this moment, the sound of grinding was heard again. After this attack, the spirit of the Netherworld Cauldron seemed to have found a more suitable target. With the sound of clattering, the giant cauldron flew across the sky and shot toward the Demon Emperor Star on the right, abandoning a large number of demon experts who were crying and howling in the void, allowing them to take the opportunity to escape in all directions. Seeing this scene, Yi Xian's tensed heart relaxed for a moment, because the devil cultivator experts within his line of sight were all piloting large and small battleships, fortresses, and strongholds as they charged into the distance. If he really had to watch tens of millions of scattered demon experts die like this, Yi Xian's heart really couldn't bear it. He had an impulse to rush out at any time, and almost couldn't hold it in. But now, the Netherworld Cauldron had set its eyes on the Demon Emperor Star, and these demon experts finally saw a glimmer of hope. Maybe they couldn't all escape, but at least more than 90% of them could get a chance to survive. At the same time, the captives of the two major planes captured in the previous battle were also fleeing. Some were crossing the void with their bodies, some were driving all kinds of battleships, and they were all fleeing at an extremely fast speed. Yi Xian didn't pay attention to anything else. He maintained the Shenong Cauldron in a hidden state, and its aura was not visible. The cauldron was only 100 feet in size. He stood on the top of the cauldron, and his figure was covered by the dense 9-colored fog in the cauldron. Just like this, he drove the cauldron and followed the Netherworld Cauldron from a distance, slowly moving forward. Walala! In front of him, the 20,000 rune chains on the outer wall of the Netherworld Cauldron moved at the same time, like 20,000 space serpents rushing towards the Demon Emperor Star. Seeing this scene, Yi Xian instantly opened his eyes wide, and even held his breath. This time, the Netherworld Cauldron had arrived in its complete form, like a giant planet. Its size was similar to the Demon Emperor Star, but the Demon Emperor Star was, after all, not the Demon Emperor Star. It was a few times bigger than the latter, so whether it would be crushed by this attack and follow in the footsteps of the Demon Emperor Star, Yi Xian couldn't be sure. He didn't even think about stopping it. There were indeed a lot of important treasures and cultivation resources in the Demon Emperor Star, but basically, they had been taken away by the previous Bloody Light. Now, in the Demon Emperor Star, there might be a lot of resources left, and there might even be a small number of demon experts, but this was definitely far from enough. Chapter 4068. Although the demon dwellers had migrated away, the defensive formation of the Demon Imperial Star had been fully activated before they left. Now, the atmosphere of the Demon Imperial Star was covered by a layer of blood-red energy light shield. However, Yi Xian knew that it could not withstand the power of the Netherworld Furnace. At this moment, all of the rune chains emitted boundless green light. The green light that the green eye of the Heavenly Way had shot into the Netherworld Furnace before it had rushed out of the star region of the source of all evil had clearly been activated once again. The huge light shield that represented the power of the defensive formation was instantly destroyed like a piece of paper. 20,000 rune chains that were almost 1,000,000 miles long stirred the atmosphere of the demon imperial star like whips. They rushed into the interior of the star and hit the surface of the inland. Boom! This was a real landslide. The earth-shattering sound was indescribable. Such a huge star was directly broken into pieces. The might of the Netherworld Cauldron was truly too powerful, and with the support of the green light shot out from the green eye of the heavenly Tao, the Devil Emperor planet was directly destroyed by the concentrated power of the 20,000 rune chains. A huge star was thus turned into countless fragments of different sizes and exploded with a boom. The real star fall happened again, and without any suspense, it caused the entire void to change again. As the main star of the 3 stars of the Demon Imperial Star, the star magnetic field of the Demon Imperial Star obviously had a greater influence on this void. Now that the Demon Imperial Star was completely broken, it caused an imbalance in this void. The demon guards in the distance were affected in an instant. The star shook and made a huge boom. Under the dramatic change of the invisible star magnetic field, it was also directly broken into pieces in the void. Rumble! The star exploded. The flames rushed to the 9 heavens and illuminated the entire Demon Imperial Star area. At the end of the void in the distance, the demon dwellers and prisoners of war who were running for their lives turned around subconsciously. What they saw made all of them widen their eyes and turn pale with fright. Then, without any hesitation, they turned around and ran away at a faster speed. By now, the entire demonic Emperor Starfield had been reduced to a mess. The Devil Emperor Star, Devil Guard 1, and Devil Guard 2 were completely destroyed. Except for Devil Guard 1, which was not directly attacked by the Netherworld Cauldron but only collapsed into 3 large irregular continents due to the huge magnetic field change caused by the collapse of the Devil Emperor Star. Every single one of the Demon Emperor's main planets was in a tragic state. At this moment, the 2 stars, one large and one small, were completely shattered. One could barely see the larger fragments that were more than 1,000,000 meters in diameter. From this, it could be seen how terrifying the attack of the Netherworld Furnace's 20,000 rune chains was. Of course, this was also because the green eye of the heavenly Tao shot a mysterious green light into the Netherworld Cauldron. Otherwise, no matter how powerful a Desolate Era Supreme Treasure was, it wouldn't be able to destroy a giant star with a casual strike when no one was controlling it. In the void, there were star fragments of all sizes, and all of them were roaring and rolling. Because of the total collapse of the 3 stars, one large and 2 small, in a short period of time, the impact on the universe's magnetic field was extremely shocking. Now, the Devil Emperor Starfield had formed an invisible magnetic field hurricane. That was to say, Yi Xian, who had the Shinong Cauldron to protect himself, was still able to stay in this starfield. If it were anyone else, even an immortal realm old monster, they would have to retreat in a hurry. Otherwise, they would be very likely to be torn to pieces by the violent universe's magnetic field. At the very least, they would not be able to avoid minor injuries. In the entire Devil Emperor Starfield, except for Yi Xian, there was no one alive now. All the demon experts and captives of various races in the inner defensive void of the 3 stars of the Devil Emperor had fled long ago. Even if there were still a small number of living creatures in the Devil Emperor Starfield and the Devil Emperor Starfield, it was obviously impossible for them to survive under the doomsday catastrophe caused by the instant explosion of the 2 stars. Even if they were still alive, they would not be able to withstand the violent universe's magnetic field hurricane that was wreaking havoc in this starfield. After all, a large number of space battleships and wreckage that were originally left in the void in the distance were now shattered inch by inch under the ravaging of this magnetic field hurricane. Everything in front of them could only be described as a doomsday catastrophe. A starfield was completely destroyed just like that. However, the Netherworld Cauldron did not leave because of this. Yi Xian was still hibernating in the universe's magnetic field hurricane thousands of miles away from the Netherworld Cauldron. With the help of the Shinong Cauldron's magnetic field, he was unscathed and his aura was not obvious. Whoosh! Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh! The sharp sound of something breaking through the air rang out. At first, it was not dense, but soon it became overwhelming and shrouded this part of the void. All around, a large number of space battleship wreckage and debris, as well as a large amount of blood mist, were all sucked in and gathered at the top of the netherworld cauldron. A huge vortex with an awe-inspiring aura was formed there very quickly. Seeing this scene, Yi Xian's eyes flickered incessantly. This time, the netherworld cauldron's actions were a little abnormal. It seemed that it was not only for revenge, but also to create a great slaughter in space as a warning. At least, this was not its only purpose, because the netherworld cauldron was obviously hunting, but its target was not the flesh and blood of powerful creatures at the immortal rank or above that were used to refine the all-evil origin liquid. Whether it was the flesh and blood of ordinary creatures or the wreckage and debris of space battleships, it was obviously collecting everything, and the more the better. In a short time, the entire vast void of the Devil Emperor starfield had been cleared. All the blood mist from the exploding bodies of creatures, as well as the wreckage of space battleships, all disappeared. What remained in the void were only countless lonely star fragments floating in the void. At this time, the grinding sounds of grinding stones that had been continuously coming from inside the netherworld cauldron rang out again. Yi Xian made a preliminary calculation. This time, the netherworld cauldron had once again swallowed more than 10 million battleships, fortresses, and fortresses of various sizes, as well as an incalculable amount of blood mist from the exploding bodies of starry sky masters. All of this was exactly the same as what had happened the first time the source of all evil underwent a major change. At that time, the netherworld cauldron was evolving itself and finally succeeded in giving birth to an artifact spirit, but its degree of intelligence was obviously not very high. If he was not mistaken, the purpose of the netherworld cauldron's actions this time was most likely the same. It seemed to be absorbing all of this as nourishment in order to promote its own evolution again. Perhaps, its ultimate goal was to let the artifact spirit's degree of intelligence, which was originally not very high, obtain a qualitative upgrade. Realizing this, Yi Xian immediately felt a sense of uneasiness. If the artifact spirit of the netherworld cauldron really evolved and improved its intelligence again, it would obviously be more difficult to deal with in the future. If possible, Yi Xian would definitely take action to stop it. Unfortunately, all of this had already become an established fact. Even if he wanted to stop it, it was already too late. Chapter 4069. Realizing that the artifact spirit of the netherworld furnace would once again improve and evolve because of this demon tribulation, Yi Xian felt depressed in his heart. However, the wood had already formed a boat, and he couldn't stop this matter at all. One day, it would definitely come. Therefore, after a few sighs, Yi Xian put this matter to the back of his mind and no longer worried about it. His attention was soon turned to the netherworld furnace in the void thousands of miles away, because a new change had taken place at this moment. From the explosion of the Devil Emperor star to the formation of the terrible cosmic magnetic field hurricane in this star area, to the collapse of countless battleships inch by inch, converging into one place, forming a vortex, and pouring into the netherworld furnace. All this seemed to take a long time, but in fact, it only took 3 breaths of time. In just 3 breaths of time, the void where the Devil Emperor star used to be had changed again. Crack! Crack! There came the crisp and clear sound of silk tearing in the void. At first, there were only 1 or 2 sounds, but soon they were as dense as raindrops, which made people's scalp numb. It attracted Yi Xian's attention at once, and even the spirit of the netherworld furnace seemed to have noticed it. The rune chains outside the furnace walls were waving in the void. But at this moment, there was an obvious movement of a slight pause. What he saw next made even Yi Xian's back break out in cold sweat. With his eyes wide open, he did not hesitate to activate the Shenong cauldron, which was in a hidden state, and retreated rapidly. In front of him, the void where the Devil Emperor star used to be was now like a broken ice surface, radiating from one point to all directions, entering a state of rapid collapse. At first, the shattered void was only a singularity, but after half a breath of time, this singularity that was rapidly expanding had already reached a diameter of more than 1,000,000 kilometers. Moreover, this was clearly only the beginning. This kind of shattering of the void, the situation of a complete collapse, continued to spread out, and the speed was shocking. At the same time that Yi Xian urged the farmer god cauldron to retreat, the netherworld cauldron in front of him also seemed to have sensed the danger. It did the same thing, but it retreated diagonally in a different direction. After another breath of time, the shattered space had expanded from a diameter of 1,000,000 kilometers to a diameter of 10 million kilometers. At this moment, an extremely bizarre scene could be seen within the shattered space. That was clearly a void, even if it descended. It was a wonderful and weird feeling. It was as if the Demon Emperor Star area was just a mirror and there was another world behind the mirror. Now, the mirror was breaking apart from the center, and the other world behind the mirror was also breaking apart. Little by little, it was quickly revealed. Yi Xian was no stranger to this world that was developing at an extremely fast speed and would eventually arrive in its entirety. It would overlap with the first universe and replace the former Demon Emperor galaxy. In fact, he should have thought about the possibility of such an unforeseen event. Because in the depths of the Forbidden Valley in the inner city of the Demon Emperor, there was a void passage that was connected to the Desolation Cage. Yes, the so-called other world that was fully descending and about to fully manifest in the Demon Emperor Star area in the first universe was the Desolation Cage that Yi Xian had once entered. Obviously, the reason for this scene was the complete collapse of the Demon Emperor Star. Due to the collapse of the Demon Emperor Star, the void passage that connected to the Desolation Cage in the inner city of the Demon Emperor Star was also shaken, which led to this result. Generally speaking, there were two possibilities for this kind of shaking. First, the void passage was directly cut off. Then, the only connection between the original location of the Demon Emperor Star and the Desolation Cage would be destroyed. The Desolation Cage would float into the boundless void of the universe, as if it had been exiled. It would be impossible to find it. The other situation was that the void passage would expand because of the Demon Emperor Star's fragmentation. This expansion was uncontrollable. When it expanded to a certain extent, even the originally stable void plane of the first universe would crack like a broken mirror, until the world behind the mirror appeared and integrated into the first universe to replace the broken mirror. The collapse of the void would stabilize again. In other words, the Demon Emperor Star area was definitely doomed. From then on, it would no longer exist. Instead, it would be replaced by the world behind the mirror that entered the Desolation Cage in the first universe. When these thoughts flashed through Yi Xian's mind and he finally understood everything, dozens of breaths had passed. During this period of time, he controlled the Shenong cauldron under his feet to retreat again and again. Now, he had retreated hundreds of millions of miles away from the Demon Emperor Star area, where the 3 stars of the Demon Emperor were located. Before this, the expanding void crack in front of Yi Xian was also continuing. With this process, more and more of the Desolation Cage that Yi Xian was familiar with appeared in his sight. Finally, after more than 10 breaths of time, the continuous cracking sounds in front of them finally stopped. At least, the central region of the Demon Emperor Star area, hundreds of millions of miles of the vast void of the universe, had completely changed. The world behind the mirror was fully displayed, replacing the former Demon Emperor Star area. With a thought from Yi Xian, the Shenong cauldron that had been retreating the entire time also stopped. He stared dumbfoundedly at the familiar yet unfamiliar world in front of him. His face was full of sluggishness, as if he had just been struck by lightning. In fact, even if he had truly been struck by lightning, the shock in his heart wouldn't have been so intense. Because what he saw was indeed the complete appearance of the desolate ancient cage. That originally shattered world had truly descended in its entirety. Huge continents of different sizes were either connected to each other or separated by vast void turbulence belts of different extents. All of this, Yi Xian had seen once when he was in the Desolation Cage. Because of the power of the headless infant corpse, his divine sense had soared into the infinite sky and looked down once. Therefore, at a glance, he could see that at this moment, what had replaced the Demon Emperor Star area was indeed the complete Desolation Cage. Moreover, it was obvious that this broken world of the Desolation Cage was not the only thing that had descended on the Demon Emperor Star area of the first universe. Roar! Roar, roar, roar! At this moment, as the mirror-like void stopped shattering, The excited and joyful roars of fierce beasts soon came from the continents of the Desolation Cage that had completely descended on the Demon Emperor star area. Obviously, the countless descendants of the fierce beasts that had originally lived in the broken world of the Desolation Cage had all been brought to this world. This is really piercing through the heavens. Chapter 4070. Roar. Roar, roar. A series of roars shook the heavens. As the desolate ancient cage world fully descended, in the cage star field that was hundreds of millions of miles in radius, on the starry continents separated by the turbulent void, huge ferocious beasts rushed into the sky one after another. These ferocious beasts were of different shapes and sizes. Many of them were not even seen in the three main planes of the starry skies today. They had long gone extinct. Even among the millions of native ferocious beasts that walked out of the source of all evil star field, there were no similar figures. These ferocious beasts of the cage world were also the bloodline descendants of the desolate ancient beasts. Back then, Xianxia had obtained a great fortune in the desolate ancient cage world. He had fished up a huge amount of multipupil perception crystals from the terrifying corpse pool and even awakened the sleeping headless baby corpse in that area and brought it out. However, it was also at that time that the desolate ancient cage world's will of the heavenly path, which was also the doppelganger of the heavenly eye, was awakened because of the aura of a hibernating powerful ferocious beast. In the end, Xianxia and the headless baby corpse joined forces and lightly injured the doppelganger of the heavenly eye. Before the doppelganger of the heavenly path's doppelganger descended on the cage world, they safely and successfully left the cage world. However, as soon as Xianxia and the headless baby corpse left, the doppelganger of the heavenly path's doppelganger had already descended and carried out a great bloodbath in the desolate ancient cage world. All the ferocious beasts that wanted to take advantage of the heavenly eye doppelganger's injury to escape the cage world were almost all killed. Only a few of them managed to escape, but in the end, they were suppressed by the Demon Emperor Mo Wen Tian and the other high-ranking members of the royal family. That battle had obviously greatly damaged the strength of the ferocious beasts in the desolate ancient cage world. However, this world was so vast that it had existed for so long that it could be traced back to the ancient era of the Great War. There was definitely no shortage of more powerful ferocious beasts that had been hibernating all this time. They had been hibernating all this time. Even when the heavenly eye doppelganger was injured and faced with the perfect opportunity to escape the cage world, they did not act rashly. After all, the stronger the cultivation of the descendant of the desolate era ferocious beast, the sharper their spiritual senses would be. Once they reached a certain level, they would be able to sense the arrival of danger in advance. Naturally, they would not show up easily. However, it was different this time. This time, the entire desolate ancient cage world, which was hundreds of millions of miles wide, had completely descended on an even more vast starry sky main plane and had completely stabilized. As for the existence of the cage world, perhaps it should now be called the cage starfield. After all, the cage world had been taken generations ago in the Demon Emperor star area. To the caged beasts living in the cage star field, the world had suddenly become wider and wider. The shackles of the world were no longer there, and a vaster world appeared before their eyes. It was a great time for them to live freely. Excited and happy, the caged beasts rushed out from the starry continents one after another. They were in different shapes and sizes, and their cultivation bases were different. The strongest one had even reached the immortal realm. It was a three-tailed iron tiger with a terrifying aura. When it roared at the sky, the wind and clouds in the void were swept away. At this time, Xianxia had already retreated to the distance of the cage star field, which was hundreds of millions of miles wide. He was still 20 to 30 million miles away from the edge of the cage star field, and the netherworld furnace, which had retreated to the other side, was basically the same. However, even though they were so far away in the starry sky, Xianxia could no longer see the entire cage star field. Just from the two large and small star continents in the cage star field that could be seen, there were millions of caged ferocious beasts roaring and charging out. From this, it could be seen that the total number of caged ferocious beasts in all the large and small star continents in the entire cage star field was at least in the thousands. 10,000, or even more. With so many caged beasts descending into the first universe with the cage world, replacing the previous Demon Emperor star field, this matter would obviously have an unpredictable impact on the overall situation of the first universe. The situation of the first universe, which was already in its initial stages, instantly fell into chaos again. With the spread of these tens of millions of caged beasts, the entire first universe would probably be in chaos. Thinking of this, Xian immediately shook his head and sighed, smiling bitterly. Walala, it was also at this moment that the cage star field was completely stabilized. At the end of the void to the right, the clanging sound of chains rang out again. Obviously, the netherworld furnace was on the move again. Facing the countless caged beasts that had just arrived in the cage star field, it was obvious that it would not let them go so easily. It would at least hunt them down. However, the cage star field was too vast. It was hundreds of millions of miles wide. No matter how large the netherworld furnace was, it would not be able to travel through it in a short period of time. Just as Xian was hesitating whether to take this opportunity to rush to another continent in the cage star field and use the Shinnon cauldron to capture some caged beasts, he suddenly felt a burning sensation on his left chest. At the critical moment, the infant corpse warned. A faintly discernible green mist gushed out from the headless corpse lamp tattoo on Xian's left chest, instantly enveloping Xian's entire body. Furthermore, a message appeared in Xian's mind. Without any hesitation, Xian immediately waved his hand and put away the Shinnon cauldron. With a wave of his hand, he threw out an inconspicuous multipupil perception crystal. Then, he ordered the devouring system in his body to activate the interstellar coordinate jump ability. He directly launched the interstellar coordinate jump and left the demon domain. When his figure reappeared, he was already in the black hole of life outside the demon domain. One of the two interstellar coordinates that Xian had imprinted in the first universe plane was here. However, even though he had instantly left the demon domain, the faint green mist that had spread out from the corpse lamp tattoo on his left chest and enveloped his entire body did not dissipate. It still existed, protecting Xian's body, causing his aura to not be obvious. Even if the netherworld furnace was right in front of him, it would not be able to detect it. He could find it. Only the heavenly Dao's eye could sense it. Whoosh! With a wave of his hand, Xian waved his hand and summoned a misty green light in front of him according to the information transmitted to him by the headless infant corpse. This was obviously a divine ability, but Xian hadn't mastered it yet. At this moment, he could only use it according to the information transmitted by the headless infant corpse and with the help of the corpse lamp tattoo. The faint green mist was just a gourd painting. The green light quickly turned into a light screen in the void in front of him. It was 1,000 feet in radius and flickered slightly. Then, an image appeared on the light screen. It was the scene of the cage star field that Xian had just left. Chapter 4071. Asterisk Walla. Asterisk as Xian left, the sound of rattling chains suddenly rang out from the right side of the cage star field. The netherworld furnace, which was like a giant star, turned into a ray of light and directly rushed into a starry sky continent in the cage star field. In this medium-sized starry sky continent, there were more than 1 million caged beasts rushing into the sky from the ground. Their cultivations varied. Some were very weak, but there were also powerful existences. The immortal stage three-tailed tiger Xian saw before was the leader of these caged beasts. At this moment, these millions of beasts obviously intended to take advantage of the fact that the cage world had just descended and the surrounding void was open without any restrictions or obstructions to quickly escape this star field and enter the wider world outside. From then on, they could fly freely. However, the arrival of the netherworld furnace directly blocked their escape route. The millions of caged beasts flew into a rage, roaring and howling endlessly as they rushed towards the netherworld furnace at the same time. These caged beasts had just arrived in the first universe, so they were very unfamiliar with everything here. They had never heard of the netherworld furnace, so naturally, they were not afraid. A tragic scene quickly occurred. The netherworld furnace's power burst forth, blooming with brilliant green light. The 20,000 rune chains outside the furnace's walls danced wildly in the void like space pythons. The moment they lashed out, a large number of caged beasts exploded one after another. Even the Empyrean tri-tailed void that possessed a cultivation at the immortal realm was powerless to resist in the end. Even though it possessed a monstrous ferocious aura, it was directly blasted into a vast mist of blood before being drawn into the netherworld furnace. In the next moment, a fierce howl suddenly resounded from the central continent of the vast Cage Stellar region. It carried a unique and dignified aura, and it actually caused all the large and small Cage Stellar continents to tremble slightly. Moreover, the tens of millions of caged ferocious beasts that were charging into the sky from these continents shook in unison. Without hesitation, they turned around and shot towards the continents below. This was clearly a reaction of being frightened. The countless caged beasts that were about to take the opportunity to escape returned to where they came from in the blink of an eye. They all returned to the continents that had soared into the sky before returning to their respective lairs and hibernating, not daring to leak out even the slightest bit of aura as they trembled. At the same time, from the central continent of the Cage Star Field, a crack suddenly appeared in the void, and a blood-red vertical eye appeared. It was as big as a star, emitting a ferocious and cruel aura, completely different from the heavenly Tao's unexpectedly indifference and arrogance. This blood-red vertical eye was the heavenly eye doppelganger guarding the cage world, which was the will existence that Yi Xian joined forces with the headless infant corpse and injured. With the arrival of the cage world, the heavenly eye doppelganger guarding the cage world also came to the first universe plane. It was like a doppelganger of the heavenly eye had returned. Yi Xian saw this scene clearly through the cyan light curtain in front of him, and his heart trembled violently. However, this blood-red vertical eye was just a doppelganger of the heavenly Tao. When the headless infant corpse had just woken up, it was not its opponent. Yi Xian had to create a fleeting opportunity to slightly injure it. But now, although the headless infant corpse had not fully recovered, it was obviously far from what it used to be. This blood-red vertical eye was obviously far from the headless infant corpse's opponent. This could be seen from the fact that it did not find the multipupil sense crystal left by Yi Xian at the edge of the Cage Star Field at all. Asterisk crack. Asterisk in the next moment, a crisp sound of ripping silk came from the void above the Cage Star Field. A terrifying giant crack appeared in the void. Cyan light burst out like a huge river, continuing endlessly. After this huge river of cyan light flowed into the void, it immediately spread out rapidly towards the periphery of the Cage Star Field. In just a breath, it had completely enveloped this vast star field with a radius of hundreds of millions of kilometers. Like a spherical light shield that was infinitely large, it sealed the Cage Star Field. In sight. Then this huge cyan light ball flashed and disappeared in the blink of an eye, no longer visible. However, compared to before, the aura of the Cage Star Field that had just descended could no longer be sensed with divine sense from the outside. Although his vision was not affected, and perhaps even his body was not restricted, the green light curtain that had just disappeared clearly had the ability to isolate his divine sense at least. The effect of divine sense detection. At the same time, the frequency signal of the starship was probably unable to be transmitted. Moreover, the experts of the various races outside might be able to enter, but the countless caged ferocious beasts that were born and bred in the Cage Star Field could not leave. All of this was exactly the same as the arrangement of the source of all evil star field. The heavenly Tao Green Eye had clearly treated this newly descended caged land as a second breeding ground. The experts of the starry sky from the outside could enter at will. If you have the ability, you can hunt the caged ferocious beasts. If you don't have the ability, you can wait to be devoured by the caged ferocious beasts and turn into food for their bloodline to grow. However, the caged ferocious beasts inside could not cross this cyan light curtain and break out of the Cage Star Field. Yi Xian still saw all of this clearly through the cyan light curtain in front of him. He frowned slightly and fell into deep thought, as if he was thinking about something. At this moment, in the huge crack at the top of the Cage Star Field, as the light curtain of the Cage Star Field formed below, the waterfall of cyan light that was originally like a huge river had stopped. However, a cyan vertical eye that was even larger than a star suddenly appeared. Swoosh! With a whistling sound, the blood-colored heavenly eye in midair below directly turned into a beam of blood-red light and rushed to the sky. In the blink of an eye, it disappeared into the cyan heavenly eye in the sky. This scene represented the return of the clone of the blood-colored heavenly eye that was originally guarding the cage world. With its return, there was clearly a touch of blood in the depths of the heavenly Dao green eye that was as huge as a star in the sky. There was a hint of coldness in the originally endless aura of indifference. The heavenly Dao green eye was an unexpected concrete manifestation of the untainted heavenly Dao. The clone of the blood-colored heavenly eye that was previously separated from it was obviously in charge of killing, and its aura was more ferocious and filled with endless coldness. Now, with its return, the heavenly Dao green eye was obviously greatly affected in this aspect. In the future, this heavenly Dao green eye would be even colder and more ferocious than before. This was something that even Yi Xian understood in an instant after seeing this scene, and immediately felt even more pressure. Swoosh! In the next instant, another whistling sound rang out. High in the sky of the cage star field, a cyan light with a touch of blood shot out from the heavenly Dao green eye, and directly blasted towards the edge of the cage star field, the multi-pupil thought crystal that Yi Xian had left behind. Very obviously, with the arrival of the heavenly Dao green eye, the multi-pupil thought crystal was discovered in the end. Chapter 4072. With the current strength of the headless infant corpse, the blood-colored heavenly eye clone of the heavenly Dao's green eye was obviously unable to detect this kind of monitoring divine ability that he used. However, it did not mean that the original body of the heavenly Dao's green eye was also the same. At the same moment that the blood-colored heavenly eye clone merged with the original body, the multi-eyed thought crystal that was left at the edge of the prison star domain was discovered and was immediately destroyed by a faint blood-colored green light energy shot out from the heavenly Dao's green eye. Because of this, the green light screen in front of Yi Xian also disappeared with a flash. However, this was obviously not the end. On the contrary, it was just the beginning. The devouring system in Yi Xian's body was extremely extraordinary. Now, it seemed that its origin was mysterious. Even the human race's technological pioneer, Xingbo, was the same. With the interstellar coordinate jumping ability activated by the devouring system, even the heavenly Dao's green eye could not detect any traces of it. This was something that Yi Xian had already verified several times before. From this alone, one could see the mystery and power of the devouring system. Although the interstellar coordinate jumping ability of the devouring system did not leave any traces, including if the headless infant corpse used a method to take Yi Xian away, it could also not leave any traces, making the heavenly Dao's green eye unable to detect and track it. For example, when he rescued the void turtle in that mysterious void last time, the headless infant corpse had once torn open a void crack and sent the void turtle into the ancestral land of the Netherworld Turtle Clan in the second universe. Then he smoothed that void crack. The heavenly Dao's green eye descended later, but it did not sense the slightest clue. However, this time was different. The headless infant corpse had just used a wisp of green light energy and used Yi Xian's hand to cast this kind of monitoring divine ability. Although it was extraordinary, there were still traces that could be followed. Right now, although this monitoring divine ability had been interrupted, the multi-eyed thought crystal that was like an electronic eye probe had also been destroyed. However, it must have left some traces. With the means of the heavenly Dao's green eye, it was not too difficult to track it down. This was also the reason why Yi Xian suddenly felt a sense of danger. He understood this point almost instantly. At the same time, almost without any hesitation, Yi Xian once again ordered the devouring system in his body to immediately activate the interstellar coordinate jumping ability. This time, his target was still the first universe's plane, the other of the two coordinate jumping points that he had left in this plane. The source of all evil star domain. With a faint light flashed, Yi Xian's figure instantly disappeared, without a trace. After half a breath of time, a green light shot into the black hole of life. Its speed was extremely fast, and it quickly circled around this vast, semi-open, independent space. However, it was obvious that it didn't find anything, including the coordinate jump point that Yi Xian had imprinted in a certain corner of the void. It was already perfectly aligned with the entire space, and, after a fruitless search, the green light quickly retreated. The crisis was finally completely resolved. At this time, Yi Xian had already arrived at the source of all evil star domain. He raised his head and saw the end of his line of sight in front of him. There were 20,000 broken rune chains hanging in the void. As expected, it has been completely repaired. No wonder there has been no movement in the source of all evil star domain during this period of time. Yi Xian immediately came to a realization when he saw these rune chains. When he saw the reappearance of the netherworld furnace and the rune chains at the bottom of the outer wall were still intact, he had this guess. Now that he saw it with his own eyes, he finally confirmed it. He did not plan to pay attention to this matter for the time being. With his current strength, he could not destroy these rune chains. At least, he could not destroy all of them in a short period of time. He was afraid that the netherworld furnace or the heavenly Tao's green eye would descend as soon as he started attacking. The loss outweighed the gain. Moreover, since the heavenly Tao's green eye could be repaired once in a short period of time, could it not have the ability to repair it a second time? There was not much meaning in doing this. He quickly threw this matter to the back of his mind and began to think about the situation in the caged star domain. There was no doubt that although this desolate caged world had descended to the first universe due to an accident, the internal order had not been reversed or changed because of this. The green light curtain that the heavenly Tao's green eye had just set up prevented all the caged beasts in the caged star domain from escaping. At the same time, this green light curtain did not prevent the experts of the starry sky from entering. With the arrival of this caged world, presumably the three main planes of the starry sky would soon be in an uproar. This was an ancient and desolate world, a corner of the world that had been destroyed in the great battle of the ancient times. For the major races and top forces of the three main planes, it was absolutely tempting. After this matter spread, a large number of experts from the major races and top forces of the starry sky would soon enter. Among them, there might be some powerful existences who would obtain opportunities and fortunes from the caged star domain, but most of them would probably end up very miserably. They would become the prey of this star domain. The caged beasts would be hunted down and killed. As a result, it would undoubtedly promote the bloodline evolution of the tens of millions or even more caged beasts in the caged star domain. For the heavenly Tao's green eye that raised these caged beasts, this was a good thing. It could make the fruit it was waiting for ripen as soon as possible, so that it could be picked. Of course, Yi Xian actually had the ability to break this trap. He was different from others. He had the Shenong Cauldron. Previously, in the source of all evil star domain, Yi Xian was able to bring out a large number of experts and battleships from various forces, including millions of indigenous beasts with the Shenong Cauldron. Now, in this caged star domain, he could obviously do the same. As long as he entered the caged star domain, took out the Shenong Cauldron, put the caged beasts into the cauldron space, and then escaped. However, there were too many caged beasts in the caged star domain. There were at least tens of millions of caged beasts, or even more, and they were very scattered. There were all kinds of caged continents of various sizes. Moreover, these caged beasts had lived on these caged continents for many years. Basically, they all had hibernating lairs, and they were all extremely secretive. Under such circumstances, even if Yi Xian entered and took out the Shenong Cauldron, he would not be able to use the power of the cauldron's domain to collect a large number of caged beasts in a short period of time. Once the time was dragged on for too long, it would definitely alarm the heavenly Tao's green eye. At that time, it would probably cause unnecessary accidents. It was precisely because of these factors that after pondering for a while, Yi Xian finally gave up on this idea. Then, with a wave of his hand, he took out the Shenong Cauldron, activated its concealment state, and stepped into the cauldron's space through the opening of the cauldron. He decided to ask the indigenous beasts in the Shenong Cauldron for their opinions on this matter. For them, although the current caged star domain was equally dangerous, it was also a great opportunity. Whether it was the indigenous beasts or the caged beasts, they were all ferocious beasts from the primordial era. The Bloodline Descendants of Beasts. Chapter 4073. Whoosh! With a piercing sound, Yi Xian's figure appeared high in the sky of the farmer god cauldron. He turned into a stream of arrows and fell to the edge of the volcano in the central region below. The scene in front of him made him speechless. When these indigenous beasts were put into the farmer god cauldron, they were all in a state of extreme anger. Yi Xian was worried that after they were threatened by him to enter the cauldron helplessly, they would suffer some internal injuries due to the anger in their hearts. That would not be good. But it turned out that he was thinking too much. In his line of sight, the millions of indigenous ferocious beasts that had just entered the space inside the cauldron were gathered around the vast central region volcano in a long line. They were all holding some of the flesh and blood that they had obtained before and were preparing to roast it. There were countless flame pillars around the central region volcano that had been opened by Yi Xian. At this moment, 6 colored flames were soaring into the sky from these passages. A group of indigenous beasts, led by the primordial porcupine and the primordial tortoise, were roasting the blood in their hands. From time to time, excited cheers could be heard from the meat. Seeing this scene, Yi Xian was instantly speechless. This was truly a joy for foodies. A moment ago, they were furious, but now, in the blink of an eye, it was as if they were celebrating a festival. They started a barbecue party, and the jubilant scene around them made them speechless. Yi Xian shook his head and smiled bitterly. His figure quickly landed. At this time, the primordial porcupine, primordial tortoise, and the other indigenous beasts' meat had already been roasted. Seeing Yi Xian's arrival, they immediately cheered. Each of them carried the roasted golden, oily, and exceptionally fragrant roasted meat. As they chewed, they gathered around Yi Xian. "Brat, this is a big harvest. The precious blood and meat in this tortoise's hands are enough to last for at least half a year." The primordial tortoise was only a few feet in size, but it was carrying a large piece of roasted meat that was 1,000 feet long. As it spoke, it habitually wanted to rush to Yi Xian's head. It felt like a green cloud was pressing down on him. Yi Xian's face immediately darkened, and he hurriedly stepped back to make way. After rolling his eyes, he changed the topic and said, "By the way, I have something to discuss with you. Let's see what you think." A piece of desolate world that was destroyed in the Battle of the Desolate Era has descended. It is in the Demon Star area. Because of the arrival of the Netherworld Furnace, the 3 stars of the Demonic Emperor have been destroyed. And because there is a valley in the Demonic Emperor star that is connected to a space tunnel, the end of which is that corner of the Desolation World that was destroyed in the Great Battle of the Desolation World, which has now replaced the entire Demonic Emperor star area, covering an area of tens of thousands of miles. In this corner of the Desolation World, there are a large number of bloodline descendants of the creatures of the Desolation World. They have been living in this corner of the Desolation World that is like a cage. Their origin is similar to yours. This invisible barrier has restricted the movement of the caged beasts. However, the creatures from the outside world should not be restricted from entering. The purpose of the Heavenly Eye is to let them live in a semi-free environment, attracting a large number of experts from various races to enter. It will create an effect similar to a nurturing pot. It will artificially create a massacre and promote the growth and evolution of the caged beast's bloodline. For you indigenous beasts, the bloodline inherited from the caged beasts is obviously the best nourishment. It can also increase your strength rapidly, and the growth and evolution of your bloodline will greatly increase. However, there are risks in this. If there is hunting, there will be falling and death. You may be the prey or the hunter. In addition, because you are also the descendants of the beasts, after entering this cage star area, you will most likely be affected by the invisible barrier left by the Heavenly Eye. Your freedom will be restricted. In other words, you can enter, but you can't leave. Of course, I have the Shinong Cauldron. If I go in to pick you up, I can still bring you out safely. However, I can't stay here all the time because I have other things to do. I have to go back to the 3rd universe of the human race, and I won't be back for a while. I will be back soon. This is an opportunity, but the risk is too great. Whether you want to enter this cage star area or not is up to you. When he spoke up to this point, Yi Xian didn't speak further. His gaze had descended onto the primeval porcupine and primeval tortoise, and he silently awaited their reply. This matter clearly surprised all the native beasts. After Yi Xian finished speaking, the group of native beasts behind the primordial porcupine and the primordial hairy tortoise were all stunned for a moment. They even stopped chewing on the roasted meat in their hands. Then they whispered to each other and discussed endlessly. As the emperors of these few million indigenous beasts, the primeval porcupine and primeval tortoise had gathered together and started a discussion with those region lords. This matter was of great importance, and it was indeed inadvisable to act rashly. This was also the reason why Yi Xian was so serious and had specially entered the space within the Shenong cauldron to explain everything in detail before asking for their opinions. After all, it was the heavenly eye that was making a move this time, and it was no small matter. The outcome came out in next to no time. Just as Yi Xian had expected, the indigenous beasts weren't willing to miss this opportunity at all. Practically all the higher-ups of the indigenous beasts had unanimously expressed their desire to enter the Cage Star area and start the hunt, and they howled with excitement. The Cage Beast clan, huh? Even though they're only descendants of ferocious beasts as well and are far from being true pure-blooded ferocious beasts from the primordial era, the bloodline of ferocious beasts from the primordial era flows within them after all. They're the best form of nourishment for us. This is a fortuitous encounter that can't be missed. Enter. Enter immediately. Everyone enter. Begin the hunt. As the higher-ups of these 100-plus indigenous ferocious beasts howled madly, their voices spread out, and it wasn't long before the entire group of indigenous ferocious beasts that were lining up at the edge of the volcano in the central region to wait for their meat to be roasted had successively received this news and found out about it. In an instant, all the volcanoes in the central region within the cauldron seethed with excitement. When they heard that there was actually a large number of caged ferocious beasts within the Cage Star area, and they didn't belong to the same group as them yet similarly flowed with the blood of the primordial ferocious beasts. All these ferocious beasts were instantly excited. In their opinion, this was an extraordinarily great fortune indeed. Ferocious beasts were addicted to slaughter and battle. Because unlike the other living beings of the various races, they basically didn't possess any cultivation techniques or inheritances, and even their divine abilities and techniques had been fused into their bloodlines. Chapter 4074. All the native ferocious beasts had unanimously decided to enter the Cage Star domain. This was exactly what Yi Xian had hoped to see, and the result was as expected, allowing him to heave a sigh of relief. Now, with the arrival of the Cage World, a small corner of the desolate Great World, which had been shattered by the Great Battle back then, had come to this world. This seemed to be a coincidence on the surface, but it must be a sign of something. Yi Xian had a strong intuition that this accident was extremely likely to signal the arrival of the primordial Great World into this world. Following that, the curtain had already been opened. Whether it was Yi Xian or the native ferocious beasts, they all needed to grow up as soon as possible. Faced with such a grim situation, even Yi Xian himself felt heavy pressure. This bunch of native ferocious beasts could no longer continue to stay in the internal space of the farmer god cauldron and live a leisurely life. Otherwise, once the full descent of the great desolate world was complete, the destruction of this race would not be far away. Now that they had entered the cage world that had just descended, there was indeed some risk. There were only slightly more than 5 million native ferocious beasts, and there would definitely be casualties, but it was all worth it. Since ancient times, there had never been a race that did not pay the price of blood and fire on the path of growth. Without experiencing the test of life and death, the strength of the entire race would never be able to increase. After making the decision, Yi Xian immediately left, retreating from the internal space of the farmer god cauldron. His figure appeared in the source of all evil star domain, and after seeing that there was no other movement in the surroundings, he waved his hand and stored the farmer god cauldron into the undying world within his body. With a flash of his figure, he rushed towards the edge of the source of all evil star domain. Even though the netherworld furnace had yet to return, the source of all evil had long since become a place of right and wrong. Even he didn't dare to stay here for long. If he were to encounter the favor of the Heaven Tao on a whim and cast a gaze of concern to sweep through this region of stars, at that time, it would probably give rise to many other unnecessary troubles. After leaving the source of all evil star area, Yi Xian activated the void-shattering shuttle and stepped into it. He headed towards the demon star area, but he did not rush. Instead, he slowed down. This was because the heavenly Tao Green Eye had already left the former Demon Emperor star region of the central region of the Demon Cultivator star region, which was the current Cage star region, but it was hard to guarantee that it would still leave behind a wisp of consciousness to pay attention to it for a short period of time. Yi Xian's return this time was only to send the indigenous ferocious beasts in the Shenong Cauldron's space into the prison. It was just the Cage star field. They were not in a rush at all. There was no need to rush and take risks. A day later, the void-shattering shuttle entered the Demon Dweller star area. After traveling for another half a day, the Cage star area, which had just arrived, was already in sight. At this time, the heavenly Tao Azure Eye had already left, and the light green light shield barrier that enveloped the entire Cage star domain had also disappeared. The entire vast star domain in front of him was very clear, and the ancient starry sky roads, as well as the turbulent void in the gaps between these starry sky roads, could all be seen. Yi Xian stopped in the void in the distance. After walking out of the cabin, he put away the void-shattering shuttle, hid his figure, and directly used his physical body to cross the void, rushing forward. After a while, Yi Xian passed through the light green light shield barrier that had already disappeared, and easily entered the interior of the Cage star domain from the Demon Cultivator star region. Sure enough, as he had previously speculated, this light green light shield barrier did not prevent any foreign experts and creatures from entering. Yi Xian passed through the light shield barrier using his physical body, and when he passed through this light shield barrier, there was no abnormality at all. However, after passing through the light shield barrier and entering the Cage star domain, a strong desolate aura hit him in the face. Obviously, the light green light shield barrier that had already disappeared also had the effect of blocking the heaven and earth spirit chi. In this Cage star domain, the heaven and earth spirit chi in the void of the universe far exceeded that of the Demon Cultivator star region, and the ancient aura was extremely clear. On one hand, this was to ensure the bloodline evolution of the large number of caged beasts in the Cage star domain, and on the other hand, it was most likely to attract more creatures from the outside to enter and become the resources for the bloodline evolution of these caged beasts. The entire Cage star field covered a vast area of hundreds of millions of miles. It was composed of fragments of different sizes, as well as the turbulent void space between these fragments, which acted like isolation belts. Although Yi Xian had once rushed into the extreme sky due to the headless infant corpse, and looked down at the full appearance of the Cage world, but he was actually not familiar with this vast corner of the desolate ancient world. The only place he had really set foot in was the Cage main road, which was the largest area where the mysterious corpse pool was located. And now, after Yi Xian entered the Cage world, the place he chose to stay was also this Cage main road. Subconsciously, Yi Xian moved his body and quickly arrived at the mysterious crater of the corpse pool that had once given him great fortune. This was an extinct volcano, and the space inside was too vast. Even the narrowest top of the volcano was 10,000 miles in diameter, so it was easy to imagine how vast the bottom of the volcano was. In the past, this vast crater was filled with boiling black corpse chi, and it was difficult for people and animals to get close. Even the caged beasts did not dare to rashly enter and stayed far away. Back then, the demon cultivator experts who entered this cage world from the forbidden valley of the demon cultivators, even if some of them happened to be in the vicinity after being teleported in, when they saw the thick corpse chi of this huge crater, they still avoided in shock. In the end, the shocking fortune of the vast corpse pool at the bottom of this huge volcano all fell into the hands of Yi Xian by chance and coincidence. After that shocking fire, the vast corpse pool at the bottom of the volcano had completely dried up. Endless corpse lightning exploded, and corpse flames rose to the sky, incinerating all the corpse liquid that formed the corpse pool. The countless skeletons of the desolate ancient creatures floating in the corpse pool also grew corpse flowers, which condensed into fruit-like multipupal sense crystals. Yi Xian sent out the demon slave army, and after spending a lot of time, they were all harvested. Now this huge volcano was truly and completely dead. Yi Xian came again and looked down at the vast crater all the way to the bottom, but there was not a single strand of corpse qi. Even if he used his divine sense to explore the deepest part of the crater, where the eyes could not reach, he really could not sense a drop of corpse liquid or a corpse. This was truly a barren land. But for the indigenous ferocious beasts in the space inside the Shenong cauldron, the vast land at the bottom of this huge volcano was coincidentally an excellent natural nest. The reason Yi Xian chose to come here was because he wanted to settle the entire ferocious beasts in the crater. Chapter 4075. Within the Cage Star Field. This ancient star field that had just descended to the first universe was extremely vast. It was formed from pieces of broken roads of different sizes, which were different from the stars in the universe. The entire Cage Star Field covered an area of hundreds of millions of miles, and between the large roads, there were large and small turbulent void streams that acted as separators, but they were not completely cut off. Between the large roads, there were some tentacle-like extensions that connected them. Hua! Walala! On a relatively small piece of broken road, the clear sound of chains rattling could be heard continuously. These scalp-numbing sounds of chains came from the netherworld furnace. Although the Heavenly Tao's green eye had already left, the netherworld furnace had stayed behind. It entered a slightly smaller piece of broken road in the Cage Starfield and began its hunt. Perhaps this was because when the netherworld furnace had destroyed the 3 stars of the Devil Emperor, it had absorbed a large amount of battleship wreckage and the flesh and blood of many creatures in the void. It was not enough for its artifact spirit to transform and evolve again, so it needed to be nearby and continue to hunt. Otherwise, this caged star field would have become a breeding ground for ferocious beasts. Before the tens of millions of ferocious beasts in this star field grew to a certain level, it was impossible for it to carry out a large-scale bloody hunt in advance. At this moment, as the pressure of the netherworld cauldron spread out and enveloped a small portion of the shattered road where its main body had descended, the large number of caged ferocious beasts that were originally hibernating in this shattered road had already rushed out of their hiding places after being frightened. For a time, on this small broken road where not a single fierce beast could be seen, a large number of caged fierce beasts appeared in an instant. The strongest few of them had the strength of the Sector Lord Realm. At this moment, they seemed to have predicted their final fate. Knowing that there was no chance of survival, all of them turned their eyes red. Their roars shook the heavens and earth as they charged towards the netherworld furnace floating in the sky. Although this was no different from a moth flying into a flame, they were already dead. These few Sector Lord Realm caged fierce beasts were clearly forced into a corner. They did not care at all. Before they died, they would launch a counterattack and fight it out with the netherworld furnace. As for the caged fierce beasts whose cultivation was below the Sector Lord Realm, they took this opportunity to flee in all directions, charging towards the edge of this small broken road. They followed the narrow roads at the edge of the small broken road and fled towards the nearby broken roads. Among them, some of the directions of escape just happened to be the largest main road of the cage where Yi Xian had just arrived at the Corpse Pool volcano. Because the small broken road that was experiencing the bloody slaughter was not far from that place, and between the 2 roads, there were some narrow roads that connected them. However, Yi Xian did not know all of this. After a while, Yi Xian felt solid beneath his feet. He had arrived at the bottom of the huge volcano. When he turned his head to look, the ring-shaped crater above him that was thousands of kilometers in diameter had shrunk to the size of a palm. The surroundings were pitch black. It was too deep. The naked eye couldn't see anything at all. Only by spreading out his divine sense could he see everything. Below his feet was originally a vast and boundless corpse pool. Countless desolate life-form corpses floated within. Occasionally, there would be corpse lightning that would charge out from the corpse pool and explode on the surface of the pool, triggering corpse lightning and forming a corpse flame that covered the entire area. In this corpse flame, there was a certain chance that the corpse tuo flower would appear. This strange plant would grow from the mouth of the ancient life-form corpses and blossom into a corpse tuo flower. In the end, it would give birth to a fruit-like multi-pupil thought crystal. Once the multi-pupil thought crystal was plucked, the skeleton of the desolate-era creature that gave birth to the corpse flower with its mouth wide open would turn into a rain of light and completely dissipate into the void in a few short moments along with the corpse flower. It was as if the inheritance had been left behind and the obsession had dissipated, but now, because of the monstrous fire that had spread across the entire corpse pool that brought Yixian great fortune, the corpse pool had completely disappeared. Not a single drop of corpse liquid was left behind. Not a single desolate life form corpse could be seen anymore. Yixian strolled at the bottom of the volcano that had already turned into hard scorched earth. Thinking back to the past, his heart was filled with all kinds of emotions. After a long sigh, he waved his hand and brought out the Shenong cauldron. The space in the belly of the volcano was big enough, but for the complete form of the Shenong cauldron that was even bigger than a superstar, it was not enough. It was still a little cramped. Therefore, Yixian brought out the Shenong cauldron this time and deliberately controlled it. The entire cauldron was only 10,000 li in circumference, not taking up any space at all. Roar! Roar! As soon as the Shenong cauldron was brought out, the roars of ferocious beasts were already coming out from the mouth of the cauldron that was spurting out 9-colored mist. They were filled with joy, excitement, and the will to kill. The primordial porcupine and the primordial tortoise soon showed up, followed by dozens of local ferocious beasts that were as strong as region lords, and then almost 200 Star Lord captains. In a short period of time, the millions of indigenous ferocious beasts in the space of the farmer god cauldron had all rushed out of the cauldron. With excitement and surprise, they scattered in all directions and began to wander around this vast and boundless corpse pool. Brat, what is this place? Why do I feel so gloomy? However, it's not bad as a nest. Could it be that you've already entered the cage star field that you mentioned? Very soon after looking around, the primordial porcupine and the primordial tortoise walked to Yixian and asked, "That's right, we have already entered the cage star field. This is the bottom of the belly of a giant volcano. It is vast and boundless, and this giant volcano is located in the central region of the cage star field among the many large and small continents." Yixian nodded. "This is the nest that I've prepared for you. In the future, the local ferocious beasts can use this volcano as their base and spread out to hunt." Hardly had he finished speaking when a familiar system notification echoed in Yixian's head. Ding! Congratulations to the host. Mutated corpse flames have been discovered. Do you want to capture them immediately? As this extremely sudden system notification sounded out in his mind, Yixian was stunned on the spot. Mutated corpse flames? Was it caused by the monstrous corpse flames that were triggered in the corpse pool last time? Also, was there any special use for them? Chapter 4076. 7-colored flames? What's more, the newly added 1-colored flame even had the corpse flame attribute. This was absolutely moving. Yixian was stunned for a few moments before he became excited. This was because he was well aware of the benefits and significance of raising the rank of the divine farmer's heavenly flame. Not only would the power of the heavenly flame itself increase by a large amount, but because of the level of the divine farmer's heavenly flame, it basically represented that he was a god. The extent of the power of the Nong cauldron. Therefore, once the current Shenong 6-colored flames were upgraded to the Shenong 7-colored flames, then, even if Yixian's cultivation strength did not change, his control of the Shenong cauldron's power would also greatly increase because of this. This was definitely a great surprise. For Yixian, who was deeply pressured by the fact that the desolate great world would arrive soon, this was simply a pillow given to him when he was sleeping. It was exactly what he wanted. Thinking of this, he no longer hesitated. With a flash of his body, he jumped onto the mouth of the Shenong cauldron, which was enshrouded in 9-colored fog. With a thought, he controlled the Shenong giant cauldron, which was about 10,000 miles in circumference, and flew towards the direction pointed by the devouring system in his body at an extremely fast speed. The bottom area of the giant volcano was terrifying. When Yixian's cultivation was still low, he couldn't even touch the edge of the volcano after half a month of traveling at an extremely fast speed. Now, he was already a 5th-order Star Lord, and he had summoned the Shenong cauldron under his feet. His speed was extremely fast, far from what it used to be. Even so, it took him half a day to rush in a certain direction, but he still couldn't see the end of this direction. However, he stopped, because he had already arrived at the location pointed by the devouring system in his body. Looking around, he didn't see any flames in his line of sight, only a black and hard scorched earth. However, the devouring system senses would not be wrong. The mutated corpse flame was right below. Obviously, if nothing unexpected happened, this corpse flame should be hidden deep within the black and hard scorched earth below, not revealing itself. However, this didn't matter. With Yi Xian's current cultivation strength, coupled with the devouring system's previous victories in the system's competitive missions, it had obviously undergone further transformation. It was just a strand of mutated corpse flame. Activating the devouring ability by force was completely possible. It was done. Without hesitation, Yi Xian immediately ordered the devouring system in his body to begin the devouring, and immediately received a reply from the system. Swish! Almost at the next moment, a faint sound of something breaking through the air rang out. From the depths of the scorched earth below, a cluster of flames that was only the size of a palm rushed out. It had a small tail of light behind it. It was completely black and slightly tinged with purple. Obviously, this should be the mutated corpse flame, which was formed by Yi Xian's corpse flame. But the specific factors were unknown. That was, this strand of mutated corpse flame could be absorbed by the Shenong unusual flame of the Shenong cauldron. Moreover, it was very likely that the Shenong unusual flame would evolve from the current Shenong 6-colored flame to the Shenong 7-colored flame with corpse flame attribute. In addition, this mutated corpse flame had another benefit for Yi Xian. It could be used to temper his body. In this way, it could increase his strength in the strength of his body's qi and blood. On this point, Yi Xian had already checked the updated data bank of the devouring system in his body. He was extremely sure of it. This time, the forceful devouring was undoubtedly extremely successful. The palm-sized black mutated corpse flame that was sucked from the depths of the scorched earth below quickly turned into a black light and rushed into the mouth of the Shenong cauldron that was filled with 9-colored fog, disappearing. Yi Xian didn't dare to delay. He was sure that this mutated flame was shooting towards the Shenong flame pool at the bottom of the volcano in the central region of the Shenong cauldron. This was a good thing that could improve the grade of the Shenong flame. The treasure cauldron had a spirit, so it would definitely not let it go. It could even be said that it was extremely hungry. Otherwise, this strand of mutated corpse flame was forcefully seized by the devouring system in Yi Xian's body. Why did it directly rush into the mouth of the Shenong cauldron at this moment? His table manners were too unsightly, he had to be on guard. If the Shenong cauldron ate everything and didn't leave anything for Yi Xian, he would have nowhere to cry. He was already in the 5th rank of the Star Lord state, and his physical strength was synchronized with his cultivation. There weren't many heavenly materials and earthly treasures that could temper his body at such a high level. He couldn't miss out on such a rare opportunity. Yi Xian disappeared from the mouth of the Shenong cauldron as soon as he landed. He entered the space inside the cauldron and soon appeared above the crater of the central region volcano. In order to stop the mutated corpse flame and prevent it from being eaten by the Shenong cauldron, he had even resorted to teleportation in his own territory. Reality proved that this was absolutely necessary, because in the instant that Yi Xian's figure appeared above the ring-shaped crater of the central region's volcano, he raised his head to look. The strand of black light that shot down from the cauldron was already only a few dozen kilometers high, and its speed was extremely fast. If it weren't for the fact that it was only the size of a palm, it would have been as intimidating as a meteor crashing into the ground at such a high speed. I almost missed it. Yi Xian's heart went cold. He didn't care about so much and directly attacked. A powerful spiritual force surged out from his body and charged forward, completely enveloping the palm-sized black corpse flame. The demon's mental power had the effect of blocking auras in the first place. The magic core in Yi Xian's mind had evolved to the 8th level, making it even more powerful. At this moment, this large amount of level 8 mental energy completely enveloped the palm-sized black corpse flame, causing the Shenong cauldron to immediately lose its connection to it. After all, Yi Xian was the owner of this cauldron and had already completely refined it. Although the power of the cauldron's domain was strong, it wouldn't affect him. It worked. If it were anyone else, even if they had a level 9 magic core, it would probably be useless. Very quickly, the mutated corpse flames that were shooting over at an extremely fast speed stopped 300 meters above Yi Xian's head. Without any hesitation, he immediately drew a strand of the Shunnong's 6-colored flames from the flame pool in the central region's volcano foundation and also entered the canopy that was wrapped in the mutated corpse flames. It was a level 8 mental power light ball. Although the mutated corpse flame had the effect of tempering the body, it couldn't be used directly. Otherwise, the pros and cons would be half. The reason why he drew the wisp of Shunnong's 6-colored flame and the black mutated corpse flame was to extract the energy that was unfavorable for tempering the body first. Everything ended very quickly. Yi Xian sat cross-legged in the air above the volcano in the central region. He immediately closed his eyes and entered a state of cultivation that returned to his inner sight. Chapter 4077. Boom! Yi Xian's mind trembled when the black flames enveloped him. An unprecedented stinging sensation surged from every inch of his skin and from the depths of his soul. The mutated flames were indeed extraordinary. They didn't enter Yi Xian's mind or touch his soul. They only existed on the surface of his body, yet they affected his entire body. His body, mind, spirit, and even the cultivation waves in his sea of consciousness were stirred. His mental power source core that was floating above his mind was slightly trembling too. All in all, Yi Xian was undergoing an intense tempering and baptism from that moment on. There was no telling how long had passed, but when Yi Xian opened his eyes again, he heard the familiar system notification in his head. Ding! Congratulations to the host for making a breakthrough in the ancient void technique. Current state, 6th rank Star Lord state. Ding! Congratulations to the host for making a breakthrough in the physical body. Current state, 6th rank Star Lord state. The mutated flames were indeed extraordinary. Yi Xian's body and mind had undergone a metamorphosis and evolution as a result. The qi and blood in his body, which was originally so abundant that it made one's hair stand on end, instantly became as boundless as the sea, surging and surging in his meridians, bones, and blood. Without any suspense, it once again tore apart the main shackles of the human body's potential. Thus, after the familiar sound of the system notification rang out once, a second time soon rang out. Ding! Congratulations to the host for making a breakthrough in the ancient void technique. Current state, 7th rank Star Lord state. Ding! Congratulations to the host for making a breakthrough in the physical body. Current state, 7th rank Star Lord state. The 7th rank Star Lord state was already in its advanced phase. Yi Xian felt as if he could see his original self breaking through to the State Lord state. It was too exciting. When his original self was at the 5th rank Star Lord state, his true body of the ancient ape demons was at the 1st rank of the State Lord state. Once he used the 9 changes of the demonic ape and reached the 5th transformation, he would instantly reach the 6th rank of the State Lord state. Every transformation would increase his strength by 1 level. Now that his main body had made another breakthrough and reached the 7th level of the Star Lord realm, according to his previous calculations, after activating the ancient devil ape bloodline, the 3-headed and 6-armed ancient devil ape state should be at the 3rd level of the region Lord realm. Once he entered the 5th transformation, his peak combat power would be at the 8th rank of the State Lord state, which was already in the advanced phase of the State Lord state. He would only need one more small breakthrough to reach the peak of the 9th rank of the State Lord state. He would be extremely close to the State Lord state. This breakthrough in body tempering was of great significance to Yi Xian. His main body strength was close to the region Lord realm under normal circumstances, and once he activated the primeval devil ape bloodline and utilized the 5th form of the devil ape transformation, his strength would only be 2 stages away from the world Lord realm. Roar! Delighted, Yi Xian raised his head and howled fiercely, and it caused the 8 guardian deities on the distant slopes of the volcano within the cauldron to exchange glances. They realized that it was very likely that their leader had broken through once more, and they intended to come over and congratulate him. However, they were afraid of the terrifying aura emanated by the black-colored corpse flames, so they didn't dare approach. At the bottom of the volcano in the central region, Xianxia, the flying centipede, and the half-rotten ancestor of the Yingji clan were imprisoned in a cage. Except for the unconscious Xianxia, the flying centipede and the half-rotten ancestor of the Yingji clan all raised their heads to look at the source of the sound. The latter had a bitter expression on his face. Even though he didn't know the final outcome of the battle in the Devil region, he'd practically guessed the situation outside when he saw the flying centipede who'd been captured by Yixian a few days ago and was similarly imprisoned here. Even a mid-stage Eternal Realm expert like the flying centipede who possessed a unique innate ability like that had been captured alive, let alone the others? Reality dealt a heavy blow to him, and he was listless and dispirited now. As for the flying centipede, he stared fiercely at Yixian with bloodshot eyes while gasping for breath. He stared fiercely at the crater of the volcano in the central region. He'd been constantly roaring like thunder in the past few days, and he was completely exhausted now. He didn't have the strength to jump around anymore. Yixian stood up. With a command in his heart, the black-colored corpse flames that enveloped him instantly condensed into a palm-sized strand, and then he enveloped it with his 8th-level spiritual energy before shooting it down towards the bottom of the volcano. Swish! The sound of air being torn apart resounded as this strand of corpse flames charged into the pool of flames at the bottom of the volcano, and it instantly caused the flames within the pool to shoot into the sky. Yixian didn't leave immediately. He hovered above the volcano in the central region and looked down to observe the changes in the pool of flames at the bottom of the volcano. Although he had tempered his body with the help of this strand of mutated black corpse flame, and his strength had once again skyrocketed by 2 small stages, whether this flame could transform the Xianxia unusual flame in the flame pool from the current 6-colored flame to the level of 7-colored flame was still unknown. Yixian was also worried about this matter, and he was extremely concerned about it at this moment. Soon, as this strand of mutated corpse flames shot into the pool of flames at the bottom of the volcano in the central region, some black fog drifted out from the pool of flames. This was obviously the Xianxia 6-color flame in the pool of flames purifying this strand of corpse flames. Some of the useless substances within were being removed. Yixian didn't care about this black fog. Since it was useless and didn't seem to be much, he let it be. After a short while, the pool of flames that had fallen into silence due to this strand of mutated corpse flames once again soared into the sky. This time, the Xianxia exotic flame that soared into the sky had an additional strand of black color compared to before. Obviously, it was because the strand of mutated corpse flame's attribute had been absorbed. At this point, the Xianxia exotic flame had evolved from its previous 6-color flame to its current 7-color flame, and its power had once again skyrocketed by a large margin. Even Yixian's ability to control the Xianxia cauldron, as well as the power of the cauldron after activating it, had increased by a large margin because of this. The harvest this time was definitely not small. Yixian was excited. After a short while, his figure turned into a stream of arrows, rushing to the sky above the internal space of the Xianxia cauldron, and left the internal space of the cauldron in the blink of an eye. At this time, in the depths of the volcano in the central region of the cauldron, around the edge of the Xianxia flame pool, the black fog that was removed from the mutated corpse flames slowly drifted away, gradually moving toward the 3 mountain cages where Xianxia, the flying centipede, and the half-rotten old ancestor of the Yingji clan were imprisoned. And left. This kind of black fog that was removed from the corpse flames was originally extremely sensitive to the vitality of living creatures. At this moment, it was slowly leaving, obviously because it had sensed the vitality of the 3 of them. Chapter 4078. Whoosh! With a feeble sound, Yixian appeared at the bottom of the gigantic volcano on the main road of the caged star zone. The Xianxia cauldron was right below his feet. The Xianxia cauldron was activated and turned into a streak of light that darted towards the central area at the bottom of the volcano. As the Xianxia 6-colored flames transformed once again and evolved into the 7-colored heavenly flames, the power of the Xianxia treasure cauldron's domain had increased by a large amount. At this moment, under Yixian's control, its speed was clearly much faster than before. Yi Xian couldn't have been more delighted, as it meant that the power of the Shenong Cauldron's field would rise again if the Shenong flames evolved again in the future. The ultimate treasure of the primordial era was truly extraordinary. A moment later, some local ferocious beasts could be seen up ahead. Yi Xian cancelled the Shenong Cauldron's concealment, and the wandering local ferocious beasts soon gathered and followed the Shenong Cauldron to the central area at the bottom of the volcano. They soon arrived at their destination. A white shadow the size of a palm appeared above their heads. It was exactly the crater of the gigantic volcano, which was 10,000 kilometers in diameter. At the same time, the millions of local ferocious beasts that had dispersed because of the arrival of the Shenong Cauldron had gathered again. Hundreds of local leaders and commanders who were above the Star Lord state followed the primordial porcupine and the primordial tortoise closely and moved towards Yi Xian. Huh? You brat, your cultivation level actually broke through again? It's only been a day, but you've already become a level 7 Star Lord from the 5th level. How did you do it? The primordial porcupine and the primordial tortoise were both sector lords. They noticed the change in Yi Xian's strength immediately. After a brief moment of shock, they asked him. The latter directly transformed into a green cloud that was about 3 meters in radius and enveloped Yi Xian's head. Yi Xian's face turned green as he rolled his eyes and hurriedly dodged. After a few words of playfulness, the primordial porcupine seemed to suddenly remember something. He said with a serious expression, "By the way, after arriving at this new nest yesterday, I immediately sent some birds that are good at speed and stealth to act as scouts to investigate the surrounding area of this giant volcano. The situation is rather fruitful." Yi Xian became solemn when serious business was brought up, and he immediately asked for more details. After a while, he roughly understood the situation around the gigantic volcano. As expected, just half a day ago, the netherworld furnace had already floated away. Now, it was no longer in the cage star field. However, before leaving, the netherworld furnace visited a relatively small starry sky road. Moreover, it was not far from the cage star field where the giant volcano was located. There was a narrow road leading to it. It was connected. On that starry sky road, the netherworld cauldron once again hunted a large number of caged beasts before leaving. The entire road was almost empty now. 2/3 of the caged beasts were slaughtered and sucked into the netherworld cauldron. The other 1/3 scattered like birds and beasts, following the narrow extension between the small road and the surrounding roads, escaping from the dead area. It seems that my previous guess was correct. The netherworld cauldron left the source of all evil star field this time to create a large-scale massacre in order to deter others. Yi Xian muttered to himself as a cold light flashed in his eyes. As for the other reason, it's the same as the first great change in the source of all evil star field. The netherworld cauldron's artifact spirit is about to evolve again and needs a large amount of resources to complete the transformation. That's why it launched this massacre. At this point, Yi Xian turned to look at the immemorial porcupine, immemorial tortoise and the rest of the indigenous beasts and said with a serious expression, "Before this, although the netherworld cauldron had given birth to an artifact spirit, its level of intelligence was not high. Now that it has completed its second hunt for resources, if there are no accidents, the netherworld cauldron should have returned to its source of energy by now. It should have returned to the star domain of the root of all evil, and its artifact spirit is in deep sleep, completing its evolution. Not long after, once the artifact spirit completes its evolution, the power of the netherworld cauldron will obviously increase by another level. At that time, it will be even more difficult to deal with it. That's right. Time is of the essence. Taking advantage of the fact that the netherworld cauldron has left, it shouldn't return in a short period of time. The entire indigenous beasts should increase their strength as soon as possible. Following Yi Xian's words, the immemorial porcupine raised its head and let out a long howl. The powerful aura of a sector lord instantly burst out from its body. "Children, it's time to hunt." Roar. Awoo, screech. In this instant, the beasts roared and the birds screeched. The millions of indigenous beasts all soared into the air, revealing their bloodline true forms and rushing towards the crater of the enormous volcano above them. Yi Xian wasn't in a hurry. He stayed behind and waited until the cloud formed by millions of ferocious beasts was about to reach the ring-shaped volcano above his head. Only then did he activate the Shenong cauldron beneath his feet, activate its concealment state, and silently follow from afar. After a short while, when Yi Xian rode the cauldron out of the ring-shaped crater of the enormous volcano, the vast army of beasts formed by millions of native beasts had already been reduced to pieces. They turned into small groups and dispersed, spreading out in all directions with the enormous crater as the center. Radiating out, there were quite a few powerful existences in the caged star field. Before the cyan light barrier that sealed this world and restricted all the caged beasts from leaving was formed, Yi Xian had seen an immortal stage caged beast. That definitely wasn't the only one. There must be similar existences in the entire caged starfield. Even if they were only at the universe grade, they were stronger than the current primordial porcupine and primordial hairy tortoise. However, existences of this level wouldn't appear easily. The indigenous beasts couldn't make too much of a commotion, or else they would definitely attract the attention of universe-level or even immortal-level caged beasts. Therefore, in the early stages, at least until the overall strength of the entire beast horde increased substantially and the bloodlines of the two ferocious beast emperors, the primordial porcupine and primordial hairy tortoise, transformed again and evolved to the universe grade, this strategy of splitting into small forces to start killing and hunting was the most appropriate. It was clear that the primordial porcupine and primordial hairy tortoise had put in a lot of effort into this matter and weren't acting recklessly. This way, Yi Xian could be completely relieved. Screech. Very quickly, the roars of beasts and hisses could be heard one after another from all around the main road of the prison star domain. Some came from native ferocious beasts, while some gave off an unfamiliar feeling. Clearly, they came from the caged ferocious beasts of this world. Chapter 4079. Roar. Screech. Roars and screeches could be heard from time to time from all around the caged star field master's path. The curtains had finally opened on the hunting journey of the entire native ferocious beast race. Yi Xian was certain that the next time he came here, the overall strength of the entire native ferocious beast race would be even stronger. Even the individual strength of every native ferocious beast race would be the same. But at the same time, with gains came death. This was the price a race had to pay to become stronger. It wasn't just the native ferocious beast race, it was the same for any race of living beings. Yi Xian didn't know how many of the close to 6 million native ferocious beasts that he had just parted with would be left when he came to the caged star field the next time. Slaughter was bathed in blood and fire. Any existence could fall in this process, even including the primordial porcupine and primordial tortoise, the two native ferocious beast emperors at the sector lord level. When he thought of this, Yi Xian couldn't help but feel a faint sense of sadness, but it quickly dissipated. Ever since he stepped onto the path of cultivation, he had experienced countless life and death separations. His heart was already as firm as iron. But this wasn't being heartless, it wasn't being stone cold. The difference was very clear to Yi Xian. While he was in a daze, he suddenly realized that his state of mind had inexplicably improved because of the emotions he felt this time. It really made him laugh bitterly. Shaking his head and sighing softly, Yi Xian activated the farmer god cauldron under his feet with a thought. He turned around and shot towards the star field master's path. Not long after, he charged out of the caged star field that was enveloped by a layer of invisible blue light screen. When he reappeared, he was already outside the caged star field. Looking back at the familiar yet strange caged world behind him, Yi Xian waved his hand and stored the farmer god cauldron into the undying world within his body. Then, after summoning the void-shattering shuttle, Yi Xian stepped into it and activated the concealment array. In the blink of an eye, he was far away. The indigenous ferocious beast's path to becoming stronger had already begun, and he was about to embark on another journey. Now, the situation in the first universe was turbulent. The Heavenly Tao's green eye seemed to be paying more attention to this side. After the netherworld furnace in the source of all evil completed its transformation and evolution of the artifact spirit, who knew what follow-up actions it would take? All of this made the situation in the first universe full of uncertainty. Certainty. Although Yi Xian had not yet made contact with the demon race who had moved to the void of their ancestral land, according to his deduction, in the face of the current chaotic situation in the first universe, the demon race was bound to change their previously established strategy, temporarily shrinking their forces and maintaining a wait-and-see attitude. At the same time, he was developing with all his might in secret. In any case, Triumph City was right there. Yi Xian believed that the upper echelons of the demon race would soon get in touch with that side. Perhaps they had already gotten in touch by now. Who knows? In short, there was no need to stay in the first universe for a short time. Yi Xian had long since made the decision to return to the third universe. It was time to deal with the affairs of the human race. With this thought in mind, Yi Xian steered the void-shattering shuttle and quickly left. His destination was the plane-level wormhole that led to the third universe of the human race, the domain of the graveyard, at the edge of the domain of the demon race. This time, he did not plan to use the interstellar coordinate jump ability of the system title to return. Instead, he planned to use this wormhole to return to the domain of the graveyard, just like before. In 2 days, everything that had happened in the domain of the demon race in the first universe had spread completely. Like a bolt of lightning, all the major races and forces in the 3 main planes of the starry skies, as well as countless experts and ordinary people of various races, were dumbfounded. The races in the second universe, the human race in the third universe, the human race in the cultivation and technology camps, and half of the Blue Fleet in the headquarters of the myriad Luo Federation. An enormous army of more than 50 million battleships had been defeated. They had been defeated by the demon race. Moreover, even when this terrifying army of conventional battleships had set off, the 11 immortal realm old monsters that had been lurking in the dark had either died or been captured. In the end, only 3 immortal realm old monsters had managed to escape. Long Shantang, an immortal realm old monster from the human race's technology camp. 3-clawed Flood Dragon, an immortal realm old monster from the Blood Dragon clan in the second universe. And Elephant Fox Martin, an immortal realm old monster from the Senate of the headquarters of the myriad Luo Federation. Except for these 3 immortal realm old monsters, the rest were all left in the domain of the demon race in the first universe. This was definitely a major event that had shocked everyone. It was said that after the news of the battle had been sent back to the second and third universes, the ancestral lands of the major races in the second universe, the human race in the cultivation and technology camps, and the 10 Ultimates Heavenly Palace and the Immortal Star where the headquarters of the myriad Luo Federation were located. Such a result was completely unacceptable. No matter which race or force they were from, they all felt the same way. Some of the old monsters who were truly in the upper echelons were furious. It was a pity that this was all there was to it. This time, the demon race had mobilized an immortal realm old monster, which was enough to suppress the entire situation. The loss of the 2 planes wasn't unjustified. And this terrifying immortal realm old monster was only a second-generation immortal realm old monster. This news was even more shocking. If the second-generation immortal realm old monster was already an immortal realm old monster, then what about the first-generation immortal realm old monster? Without a doubt, he was definitely an emperor-level old monster, or even stronger. Even if it was the various races in the second universe, the human race in the cultivation and technology camps, including the elders of the headquarters of the myriad Luo Federation, these pinnacle powers and races all had immortal realm old monsters or even stronger. However, this level of power couldn't be used as easily as normal undyings. Any immortal realm old monster couldn't afford to make a single mistake. The moment such a level of power fell, to a powerful race, it was tantamount to annihilation. The race's path of growth and evolution could very well come to a halt because of this, or even be cut off. Because of this, although the core and upper echelons of the 2 planes were furious, within the ancestral lands of the various races, shocking howls and roars could be heard. However, this matter was ultimately just loud thunder, but small raindrops. In the 2 planes, after the core and upper echelons of the various races and pinnacle powers vented their anger, they gradually calmed down. This matter was dealt with in a cool manner, as though they were turning a big matter into a small matter and planning before taking action. Chapter 4080. The demon race was annihilated. To be more precise, the 3 stars of the Demon Emperor were destroyed and turned into cosmic debris. At least 1/3 of the tens of millions of battleships and a large number of demon powerhouses were killed. The remaining 2/3 of the battleship army and the demons were taken away by the second-generation ancestor of the demons, the Marquis Undying Being who had just defeated the 2 invincible demons single-handedly. He sent them to the demons of an unknown location with a ray of guiding light. In the void of the ancestral land. It was as if the entire race was hiding from the world. When this shocking news came from the Demonkin star zone of the first universe without warning, the core upper echelons of the major races and forces in the 2 subjugation dimensions had just broken free from extreme shock and anger. Caught off guard, the second universe and the third universe, which were said to be boundless, were completely silent at this moment. Everyone was stunned, and scared out of their wits. The ones who brought back this shocking news were some of the captives from the 2 dimensions that were captured in the previous battle. After the battle ended, the demon dwellers spent 2 whole days cleaning up the battlefield. Just as the hundreds of millions of prisoners were being escorted to the 2 satellites of the demon imperial planet, the real terror arrived. The infamous netherworld furnace shot out from the origin of all evil star field and smashed the second demon moon into pieces with just 1 strike. Then, in a short time, Demon Guard E and the Demon Emperor star were also smashed into pieces and completely turned into cosmic dust. In the chaos, hundreds of millions of captives of different races who were still in the Demon Emperor star area fled with the demon dwellers. Most of the captives died in that star area. Facing the horrible pressure of the netherworld stove, they couldn't resist at all. Their bodies directly exploded, joining the fragments of the battleships. Their bodies exploded and were sucked up by the netherworld stove. As for those who escaped from the 2 dimensions, only a small number of captives who were far away from the center of the battlefield and were lucky enough to grab some large battleships at the same time. They fled in panic from the Demon Emperor star area where the central battlefield area was located. Like stray dogs, they rushed to the 2 dimensions of the universe wormholes at the edge of the Demon Emperor star area with the large battleships they grabbed. And finally, they escaped back alive. However, only 10 or 20% of the hundreds of millions of war captives from the 2 major planes survived the great calamity and returned to their respective planes. But even so, because the number of prisoners of war in this battle was too large, although there were only 10 or 20 of these survivors, it was enough to completely spread the news of the terrifying scene that happened in the demon domain in a short period of time. The lucky survivors were immediately picked up by the major species and forces that were conquering the dimensions as ultimate treasures. They were summoned by the core ancestors of the various species and groups and asked about everything that had happened in detail. Half a day later, when all the details had been grasped, in the ancestral lands and headquarters of the major races and top forces in the 2 major planes, cries of astonishment rang out like a tide. What? Not only the 3 stars of the Devil Emperor, but also the entire Devil Emperor star area? That's a star area hundreds of millions of miles long. For tens of thousands of years, nothing like this has ever happened in the 3 main planes of the starry skies. An entire star area has been destroyed. That's terrifying. This is absolutely horrifying. In addition to the infamous netherworld furnace, even the green eye of the heavenly way appeared again. This battle was really too dangerous for the demon domain. Fortunately, we didn't send the emperors to kill them at the first moment. Otherwise, they would have been killed by the green eye of the heavenly way. After the collapse of the Devil Emperor star area, a strange world with a strong aura of desolation came and replaced it. There were no stars, but there were pieces of broken continents even vaster than stars. In them, countless ancient fierce beasts that can no longer be seen today roared, but in the end, they were all killed by the green eye of the heavenly way. He set up a cyan light curtain to imprison them. Why do I feel more and more frightened as I listen to all this? The desolate great world. This ancient world that replaced the Devil Emperor star area and completely descended on the central region of the demon domain in the first universe is most likely a corner of the desolate great world. It was destroyed in the Great Battle back then. It was originally wandering in the endless void with only one passage connecting it to the Devil Emperor Star area. But now, with the collapse of the Devil Emperor Star area, it can completely descend. Is this the truth of the matter? It's too disturbing. The speculation that the desolate great world will completely descend is actually true? Raising the goo. The green eye of the heavenly way is raising the goo. The caged star field was sealed, and countless caged ferocious beasts had their freedom restricted, unable to leave. Their bodies all contain the bloodline of ancient ferocious beasts. For all the races and forces in the three main planes of the starry skies, this was a nurturing place. It is extremely dangerous, but it is also a real place of good fortune. If you enter it, whether you seize the good fortune or simply become food, falling into the mouth of the caged fierce beasts and becoming the flesh and blood resources for the transformation and evolution of the bloodline. All of this depends on luck. So what if it's dangerous? A corner of the first universe has already appeared. The desolate great world that was destroyed in the great battle back then has completely descended. The speculation that the desolate great world will completely descend on the present has been confirmed. Once that moment comes, the three main planes of the universe will no longer have any meaning. It is very likely that they will completely cease to exist. There is no way back. Become stronger. Become stronger. Must become stronger. The faster the better. If you want to survive, how can there be no danger? Pass this old man's order. The elites of all generations of the race are to gather and set off for the first universe in a few days. Our target is the cage domain. As exclamations sounded in the air above the ancestral lands of the races in the second and third universes, the two main planes of the universe were completely in chaos. In fact, the situation in the first universe was even more chaotic. After the news spread, the armies of the four races and the alliance of 10,000 races, who were fighting in the void of the star field where the ancestral lands of some races were located, were completely shocked. The commanders of both sides immediately ordered a ceasefire. Then, not only did the armies of the alliance of 10,000 races hurriedly return to their races, but even the armies of the alliance of four races, led by the demons, temporarily separated and returned to their own races. In the face of such a shocking change, the battle for the unification of the first universe that was about to come to an end quietly ended. It could be said that the arrival of the cage domain in the first universe without warning made all the races and forces in the three main planes of the universe extremely terrified. The pressure was too great. They realized that the crisis was about to come, and it was related to their survival. They were no longer in the mood to fight and kill. From this moment on, the three main planes of the universe were completely silent, but in private, there was a torrent flowing in the dark. Chapter 4081. Universe 3, one of the three empires under the rule of the Science and Technology faction, deep in the graveyard domain at the edge of the Heavenly Dark Empire's territory, there were two planar wormholes in the depths of this domain, leading to the first and second universes respectively. However, they were quite far apart, on the east and west sides of the graveyard domain. At this moment, within the wormhole leading to the first universe, a dark purple arrow shot out. Its speed was shockingly fast. Even if a Sector Lord Old Monster were to traverse the void with his fleshly body, he might not be able to reach such a speed. After rushing out of this planar wormhole, this dark purple light didn't stop at all. It didn't even seem to have any intention of slowing down. With familiar ease, it shot straight toward the heavenly river planet at the edge of the graveyard domain. This dark purple light was the void-shattering shuttle. Yi Xian drove it from the demon domain in the first universe. He didn't use the interstellar coordinate jump ability of the devouring system in his body. Instead, he directly passed through this planar wormhole and returned. The reason for this was because Yi Xian had his own considerations. Ever since he entered the starry sky great world, although his encounters were extraordinary, his true legendary experience began when he was misunderstood to be Prince Xian and entered the demon domain in the first universe. In the blink of an eye, 2 or 3 years had passed. The current Yi Xian had long since grown to a height that even he himself hadn't expected. Now, the identity of Prince Xian was useless to him. Not only was it useless, but it was also a kind of restriction. Although Yi Xian didn't take the initiative to obtain this identity and everything was a coincidence, none of this was a reason. From a certain point of view, although he and the imperial family of the Eternal Dynasty were well aware of each other, and although the latter didn't expose his fake identity, they didn't allow him to flaunt it either. They even beat Yi Xian at his own game and demoted him to the Death Domain in the Third Universe under the name of Prince Xian, saying that he would never be able to leave without an audience. However, Yi Xian was a person who valued gratitude. Whether he was willing or not, this identity of Prince Xian had benefited Yi Xian when he first entered the Starry Sky Great World. Just based on this point alone, he was more or less unwilling to embarrass the imperial family of the Everlasting Empire too much. However, not long ago, he had expressed his goodwill to the dynasty's undying elder Long Shantang to form an alliance. However, he had been coldly rejected and even ridiculed. Yi Xian was more or less infuriated by this matter. He had even said that the identity of a current generation prince was as important as the life of an immortal elder of the dynasty. Long Shantang's answer was the latter. He even claimed that there was simply no comparison between the two. Since even he believed that the life of an immortal elder of the dynasty was far more important than the status of a prince, then the last trace of unwillingness in Yi Xian's heart was naturally meaningless. After Yi Xian had first entered the Starry Sky Great World, his identity as Prince Xian had indeed brought him certain benefits and conveniences in his growth. However, now that Yi Xian had repaid him with the life of Long Shantang, an undying elder of the imperial court, no matter what, he should have repaid his debt. Of course, he didn't have to think this way. However, what a cultivator wanted was to have a clear Dao heart. It could be said that after that conversation with Long Shantang, Yi Xian had already made up his mind to go to the Sky River planet in the Graveyard Domain as his first stop after returning to the third universe of the human race. Everything had started on the Sky River planet. Now, this misunderstanding should also end here. Back then, Yi Xian had left the Death Star region in the third universe and gone to the first universe, which was still controlled by the Heavenly Legacy clan. Because of this, the main network of the third universe had lost track of him. Yi Xian had registered a mercenary card on the Sky River planet. Even his identity as a citizen of the Federation had been registered there. It had long since merged with his primordial spirit, so no matter what he did in the first universe's plane, as long as it was related to the interests of the Federation, the main network of the third universe, which had an immortal-grade superbrain as its intelligence center, could immediately record everything through the mercenary card that had merged with his primordial spirit. At the same time, as a citizen of the Federation and an interstellar mercenary registered in the Federation, Yi Xian's points on the Wanluo Federation contribution ranking would also change because of this. However, as long as he left the third universe's plane, this kind of real-time record and point change would be suspended. However, the Federation's interstellar mercenary card, which had merged with his primordial spirit, would still record everything on its own. Once he returned to the third universe, the main network of the third universe would capture the special signal of his interstellar mercenary card. Then, all the data recorded during the time he left the third universe's main network would be uniformly received by the main network of the third universe's main network, and the data would be changed and recorded in real time. This kind of situation had played out once before when Yi Xian was finally brought back to the third universe by Naples after he had been tormented in the demon domain. At that time, the entire third universe and even the three main planes of the starry skies had been shaken. Yi Xian had also become famous because of this. He had miraculously rushed into the heaven, earth, and mortal rankings of the three rankings, and then rushed into the earth rankings and mortal rankings in one go. Finally, he stabilized at the 11th place on the heaven rankings. Because of that super big move that had shaken the three universes, Prince Xian had since been known as a peerless monster among the younger generation of the world. He was also the first of the 7 peerless monsters in the world. However, in the past year, the first person to be called a peerless genius seemed to have disappeared completely from the sight of all the races and forces in the three universes. Other than a few people who knew about this, everyone else thought that Prince Xian, who had caused the wind and clouds phenomenon in the three universes, had been completely disheartened when he returned to the imperial capital's immortal star but was instead demoted to the Death Star region. Otherwise, in the past year, the three universes outside had become unstable. The clouds were treacherous, and storms were rising. How could he not have made any moves and had been hibernating in the Death Star region that even space pirates disdained to visit? Of course, there were also people who had different views on this. Some people thought that Prince Xian had once barged into the first universe alone and caused a commotion in the demon domain, where the Tianji race's scouts lived. It was impossible for him to be so easily dispirited. The reason why he hadn't made any news for so long was definitely because he was working hard. Soon, there would be a day when he would take advantage of the situation and rise. It could be said that everything about Prince Xian had occasionally been mentioned in the past year, but there were all kinds of opinions. There had never been a definite conclusion. Chapter 4082. Today's heavenly river star only existed in name. Not only did the staff of the various military and political departments of the entire administrative planet, but even the permanent residents of the planet had all become zombie Emperor Tuoba Linfeng's corpse slaves. Even the superbrain, the intelligent center of the Starry Sky Network, had been zombified. It could be said that zombie Emperor Tuoba Linfeng's plan to make Sky River Star a base had been perfectly achieved. The current Sky River Star seemed to be normal on the surface. Tuoba Linfeng and his zombie army rarely appeared in the interior of the Sky River Star. They were all hibernating in the zombie base city in the depths of Sky River Sea. Even if the zombie army entered or left Sky River Star, they would hide in starships, or sail out from the deep sea and rush out of Sky River Star's atmosphere. Or, they would rush through the atmosphere on their return, plunge directly into Sky River Sea, and enter the deep sea base. This was why Tuoba Linfeng was so cautious. This base was something he had successfully seized with great difficulty. He could not afford to lose it. Although the zombie generals under his command could change into the appearance of normal humans, if they were allowed to wander in the interior of Sky River Star for a long time, it was inevitable that something would happen to them. Now, all the space zombies that entered and left Sky River Star hid in starships. When they entered the atmosphere, they would plunge directly into the sea. When they left Sky River Sea, they would immediately rush out of the atmosphere. They would not linger in the interior of Sky River Star at all, so they could avoid accidents and the possibility of being seen through. Because of this, zombie Emperor Tuoba Linfeng had occupied Sky River Star for some time. During this time, the scale of the space zombie army under his command had been greatly improved because they could go out and wantonly hunt in the starry sky without any worries. Originally, there were more than 100 zombie generals. Now, there were nearly 1,000 of them. As for the weaker elite zombies, there were even more of them, nearly 10,000. But even so, because these space zombies were either in the deep sea base of Sky River Sea or in the starships, they hunted and plundered in the starry sky outside Sky River Star Field. Therefore, none of the strong people in the starry sky who entered and left Sky River Star noticed anything unusual. During this period of time, everything on Xianxia Star looked the same as before on the surface. Even the Starry Sky Network of this administrative planet still maintained a smooth connection with the Starry Sky Network of the small country one level above it. The center of the Starry Sky Network of the small country above it was also just an ordinary Starry Sky superbrain. There was no way they could discover that this superbrain, which was the intelligent center of the Starry Sky Network, had long been zombified. Of course, during this time, there were still countless strong people in the starry sky who entered and left Sky River Star, but Tuoba Linfeng did not make a move against them. What he wanted was a base where he could hide himself and allow the entire zombie army to safely and smoothly hibernate. He didn't want to expose his nest and completely turn the surrounding area into a barren land. At least, when the entire zombie army truly matured, they would have the ability to fight on both sides of the human race. At this moment, on the Federation's platform in Sky River Star, the scene was still the same as before. It was crowded and bustling. In front of the three lists, some strong people in the starry sky who had come to Sky River Star for the first time, or who had been away for a long time, gathered below the heaven list, looking up. Prince Xian's limelight had been overshadowed by the other 6 peerless geniuses who rose up later. He was no longer in the limelight as he was when he rose up alone in the 3 major planes and was known as the first peerless genius of the younger generation. However, Sky River Star was, after all, the place where Prince Xian rose to fame like a legend. The excitement and encouragement he brought to countless strong people in the 3 major planes of the universe was also something that the young Master Ling Hu and the young Master Yuming could not compare to. Therefore, every time some strong people in the starry sky came here for the first time, or returned after a long absence, almost all of them would come to the Federation's platform to see the changes in the heaven list. Unfortunately, these young strong people in the starry sky who came this time were obviously disappointed again. There were a total of 100 people on the heaven list, and the list had not changed for nearly a year. Even the people at the bottom were like this, let alone those at the top. Prince Xian, who went by the pseudonym Yi Xian, was still ranked 11th on the heaven list after a year. When they looked up, this string of data that seemed to have not changed for a long time immediately made these young strong people sigh faintly. Heaven list. 11th, Yi Xian. Interstellar Mercenary Serial Number, the 131488080. Cultivation Method, Ancient Dongshu Mantra. 7th Level Galaxy Realm. Current Federation Contribution Points, 6667688788943, 30 million. Not only did his ranking on the contribution points list not change, but even his cultivation strength and contribution points had not changed. This could only mean one thing, and that was that Prince Xian had not done anything in the past year. It could even be said that he was completely depressed. He had probably been holed up in the Death Star region, drinking all day long to pass the time. Sigh, what a pity for such a peerless genius. His former idol is now. But what's going on? Thinking of this pity, a strong person in the heaven list who was looking up at the front of the heaven list sighed faintly. However, halfway through his sentence, he suddenly paused, and the expression on his face changed rapidly. His mouth was wide open for a few seconds, and then he suddenly exclaimed, "Oh my God, I don't know how to do this. Are my eyes playing tricks on me? Is the heaven list convulsing?" Perhaps it was because he was so shocked that his last sentence almost came out of his throat, and it immediately attracted the attention of many strong people in the starry sky around him. In the next instant, these people all followed his gaze and looked up at the top of the heaven list. Then, almost everyone was stunned and opened their mouths wide. This scene was too strange. The heaven list in their line of sight was indeed convulsing. What was strange was that this so-called convulsion was actually only limited to the top 10. Prince Xian, who was originally ranked 11th, almost instantly rushed into the top 10 of the heaven list, directly reaching the top and taking the first place. His Federation contribution points went from more than 60 billion to more than 200 billion in the blink of an eye. Then, it instantly fell back to 7th place, and his Federation contribution points became more than 110 billion. Chapter 4083. Heavenly River Planet, Federation Affairs Platform, in front of the Heaven, Earth, and Human rankings of the Federation's contribution points. Following the sudden change in the Heaven leaderboard's data, the entire area was in an uproar in the blink of an eye. This kind of thing was too strange, and it was simply unprecedented. The news spread like a plague. In just a few minutes, the entire Federation Affairs platform had learned of this matter, and it was rapidly spreading to the entire Heavenly River Star at an astounding speed. Countless people had heard about it. After hearing the news, the Universe Masters swarmed over. Cries of astonishment never stopped from the beginning, rising and falling one after another like a tide. Oh my God, am I hallucinating? The Federation's contribution points rankings are actually changing? This is unprecedented. I've never heard of this before. Could it be that there's a problem with the immortal superbrain on the immortal star of the Imperial Capital? That's impossible. That's an immortal superbrain. There are only 2 or 3 of them in the 3 dimensions of the universe. How could there be a problem? Moreover, although the Federation's contribution points rankings are changing, it's only limited to the heavenly rankings. This alone is enough to explain the problem. To be precise, it should be the first region of the heavenly rankings within the range of the top 10. To be more precise, it should be said that there's an abnormal change in Prince Xian's data. It's like a live fish suddenly jumping into a pool of stagnant water. The change in the top 10 of the heavenly rankings is all because of him. Look, he fell. Damn, this is too fierce. He fell from 6th to 17th. More than 16 million points were deducted from the Federation's contribution points. What did he do? That's more than 16 million. Even if he dismantled the Federation headquarters of the Immortal Star, so many points wouldn't be deducted, right? Don't worry. Didn't he jump up again? In the blink of an eye, he has risen to 3rd place again. The Federation's contribution points instantly increased by more than 21 million. I'm guessing that he must have offended the Tianji clan's clan leader. I can't take it anymore. Today was too exciting. An idol is an idol. It was almost frightening to death. He had never thought that the heaven list would be so torturous. It rose and fell, up and down, in and out. It was just like playing with women. It's just SOSO, 2F** King Awesome. Who was the one who said that Prince Xian was drowning his sorrows in alcohol and was completely dejected? Hurry up and stand up. I promise I won't beat you to death. It was not just on the heavenly river planet. Similar scenes were happening all over the 3rd universe, on the administrative planet Federation platforms of the two camps. After Yi Xian returned to the 3rd universe ruled by the human race, the Federation citizen imprint imprinted on his soul, as well as all the data recorded by the interstellar mercenary card, were all sent out and received by the immortal-level superbrain on the immortal star of the imperial capital. Immediately, the immortal-level superbrain on the immortal star of the imperial capital updated the heaven, earth, and man lists according to the order from the empire to the small country, and then the small country to the administrative planet. The time difference between the two was only a few minutes at most. In other words, from the moment Yi Xian rushed out of the wormhole and officially returned to the 3rd universe where the human race was, it had only been a few minutes, but the countless administrative planets of the human race in the 3rd universe were already in an uproar. In the end, after some shocking ups and downs, the data on the heaven, earth, and man lists of the 10,000 Federation contribution points on the administrative planet Federation platforms were finally settled, and there were no more changes. At this moment, Yi Xian, who had only been ranked 11th a few minutes ago, had made it to the top 10 as expected. He was even at the top of the list. The heaven rank. 1st place, Yi Xian. Interstellar mercenary serial number, the 13148080. Cultivation technique, ancient Dongshu technique. 7th rank Star Lord. Current Federation contribution points. 1866676878943. First on the heaven rank, more than 1,860 billion contribution points of the Federation. All in all, it was more than enough. The person who was ranked 2nd was a senior expert. It was said that he had been ranked 1st on the heaven leaderboard for thousands of years. He had always been at the top of the heaven leaderboard and had never been surpassed. Although specific information such as his cultivation level and strength were not displayed, based on the fact that he had been at the top of the heaven leaderboard for thousands of years, this person was very strong. His cultivation was definitely not low. He was definitely an old monster. Some people speculated that he was probably in the immortal state. Even so, the former top of the heaven rank, who had dominated the heaven rank for thousands of years and was now ranked 2nd, only had a little more than 300 billion contribution points of the Federation. Yi Xian, on the other hand, had more than 180 billion contribution points, which was almost 6 times more than his. 180 billion contribution points was an astronomical number that was unprecedented. Even in the future, no one would be able to surpass it. It was simply unthinkable. Even DE, the leader of the Heavenly Fate clan, wouldn't be able to get so many contribution points of the Federation. It was precisely because of this reason that when the data changes on the heaven list finally ended and everything was settled, in the 3rd universe where the human race was located, on the human administrative planets, countless starry sky powerhouses were standing in front of the 3 lists on the platform of the Federation Affairs Bureau with dull faces. After regaining their senses with great difficulty, all kinds of different opinions appeared very quickly. Oh my God, we're rich. Prince Xian is really rich. He has more than 180 billion contribution points of the Federation. I won't be able to spend it all in 10 lifetimes. Idol. My eternal idol. This old man has decided that from today onwards, Prince Xian will be this old man's big brother. If anyone dares to speak ill of him, this old man will definitely fight to the death. From now on, this old man will be the prince's guardian angel. Bah! You old dog, you're not even in the black hole state. What are you pretending for? More than 180 billion? This doesn't make sense. He's crazy. He must be crazy. Even if he killed the leader of the Heavenly Fate clan, it wouldn't even be a fraction of this number. From what I see, there must be something wrong with this data. I won't believe it even if I'm beaten to death. Of course, killing D won't give you so many contribution points, but what if you chase away the entire Heavenly Fate clan? That matter, wasn't it done by the demon's younger brother, Mo Jinfeng? What does it have to do with Prince Xian? You're not going to tell me that the demon's younger brother, Mo Jinfeng, is Prince Xian, right? If anyone dares to say such a thing, I'll pluck my head off and use it as a urinal. Chapter 4084. After a year, Prince Xian had returned. In just a few minutes, the entire third universe was in an uproar. Countless star state experts and people of the Federation were in an uproar. All of this was very similar to a year ago, when Prince Xian returned from the Demon Cultivator Star Zone in the first universe. Since then, he had become the #1 idol in the Federation. It was so exciting. In a year, he had risen from the 11th place on the Heaven rank to the 1st place on the Federation contribution ranking. His points had also increased from more than 60 billion to more than 180 billion. It was almost 6 times more than the previous top of the Heaven rank who had dominated the ranking for thousands of years. His strength had also risen from the 7th level of the Galaxy State to the 7th level of the Star-Lord State. After the Galaxy State, there were the Black Hole State, the Origin State, the Heavenly Cave State, the Mystic Light State, the Void State, the Genesis State, the Cosmic Light State, the Universe State, and the Star-Lord State. Going from the 7th level of the Galaxy State to the 7th level of the Star-Lord State was a terrifying leap of 7 major realms. Ordinary starry sky experts, even if it was just a large realm, would need several years or even several decades of accumulation before they could break through, and this was only limited to the black hole realm. Once they passed the black hole realm, let alone a large realm, even a small realm breakthrough would take a lot of time. It would take a lot longer. However, Prince Xian had broken through 7 major realms in the short span of a year. Before this, he had only been a Galaxy-grade junior. Now, he was already a Star Lord who ruled over an area. On average, it took him more than a month to break through a major realm, which was 40 to 50 days. If one were to count the minor realms in detail, the impact would be even more shocking. On average, he would break through a minor realm every 5 to 6 days. This was definitely unprecedented and would never be replicated in the future. Even Mo Qiufeng, the imperial brother of the Fiend tribe, who was known as the #1 genius among the younger generation, who was famous in the 3 major planes recently, could not compare to him. That was why Prince Xian's appearance shocked the entire third universe. In the ancestral lands of the 2 human camps, as well as the headquarters of the Thousand Luo Federation, which was located on the Undying Planet, some of the core giants who usually didn't show up were shocked and stunned. They scrambled to be the first to let out excited roars and roars one after another. Long Xian? The top of the Heaven rank? How is that possible? 1,800 billion. 1,800 billion. Ha! Crossing 7 major realms in a year. Such talent is unheard of. The greatest fortune of today's era is of the human race after all. That's right. In comparison, that little brat from the demon race, who only knows how to rely on external objects and play dirty tricks everywhere, is really nothing. What 5 demonic geniuses as one? What the #1 demonic genius in the world today? What a joke. What is he compared to our human race's Prince Xian? Immediately give the order to stop the pursuit of the invincible god of war. Everything before was just a misunderstanding. We're all on the same side. Prince Xian is indeed extraordinary. He used such a method to train himself. He didn't even inform us beforehand and almost caused a misunderstanding. Set off immediately for the Graveyard Star Field. I paid a high price to obtain access to the database of the immortal grade supercomputer in the imperial capital. Prince Xian's Federation citizen identity signal suddenly appeared in the Graveyard Star Field, suspected to have gone to the Heavenly River Star Field. Heavenly River Star? A year ago, Xian completed the ultimate trial of our dynasty's royal family and rose from there. I didn't expect it to be there again this time. It seems that Xian and Xian are fated to meet. Pass down my imperial decree to bestow this star to Xian. During this period of time, whether it was the two camps of the human race or the higher-ups of the Thousand Luo Federation headquarters, they all felt that their lives were too sullen. Almost all the three main realms of the starry skies were disturbed by the Demon Emperor's younger brother, Mo Yifeng, who was known as the top genius of the generation. However, the other party's genius was right in front of them, and no one could doubt it. Young Master Linghu, Young Master Netherworld, Little Primordial Devil Ape, Mechanical War God Sha Baofeng. Which one of these four identities didn't have a shocking battle record? But in the end, they all merged into one, and all the light gathered on the Demon Emperor's younger brother, Mo Yifeng. Of the current 7 peerless geniuses of the younger generation, 5 of them belonged to the demon race, and all 5 of them were one. To the human race, this was simply a disgrace because in this chaotic era, the future and luck of a race could basically be seen from the rise of this race's younger generation. It could be said that the appearance of the Demon Emperor's younger brother, Mo Yifeng, had made almost all the races and forces in the 3 main realms of the starry skies tacitly accept the fact that the great luck of the current era seemed to have fallen on the demon race's head. This was very helpless. To the 2 camps of the human race and the higher-ups of the Thousand Luo Federation headquarters, they even felt sullen and resentful. But no matter how resentful they were, there was nothing they could do. The Demon Emperor's younger brother, Mo Yifeng's battle record and heaven-defying valiance were obvious to all. He had fought with his fists on the flesh. At present, while the 2 camps of the human race and the core higher-ups of the Thousand Luo Federation headquarters were sighing and lamenting that the luck of the human race was no longer there, Prince Xian, who had been silent for more than a year, had appeared out of nowhere again. Among the current 7 peerless geniuses of the younger generation in the 3 main realms of the starry skies, Prince Xian was originally the first to be crowned as a peerless genius. He was originally the first peerless genius. It was only later that the light faded, and he was gradually forgotten. But who would have thought that after a year of silence, Prince Xian would reappear with such ferocity? 1,800 billion federal contribution points might not be enough to prove anything, at least not directly enough. However, his strength had soared from the Galaxy State to the Star-Lord State in a year, which was enough to prove anything, crossing 7 realms in a year, growing from a Galaxy State cultivator to a Star-Lord old monster. Such talent definitely surpassed that of the Demon Emperor. So what if 5 peerless geniuses were one? The luck of the human race was still there. Although Prince Xian was only one of 2 peerless geniuses, his heaven-defying talent was far beyond that. The reason why it was said that 2 peerless geniuses were one was because with Prince Xian's reappearance, one of the 7 peerless geniuses, the invincible god of war, who was still struggling in the territory of the 10 Ultimates' heavenly palace of the human cultivation camp, was undoubtedly one of Prince Xian's clones. It was a clone. This matter had never been settled, but on this day, the dust had finally settled. Now, the 7 peerless geniuses all had their owners. The Demon Emperor's younger brother, Mo Yifeng, was one of the 5 peerless geniuses. Chapter 4085. In just half a day, the name of Prince Xian, which had been silent for a year, once again became famous in the universe. All 3 universes were shaken. The first universe was in chaos. The demon race had disappeared, and even the alliance of the 4 races, which was originally formed with the Space Mouse race, Hell Ant race, and Giant Ferocious race, was disbanded. However, the starry sky network of the various slave races in the first universe was still there. They immediately contacted each other and passed on this shocking news from the human race in the 3rd universe. Some people were shocked. It was no wonder that the demon race in the first universe, which had appeared out of nowhere and was about to unify the first universe and become the second overlord of this universe, had disintegrated in just a few days. In the blink of an eye, their dream of dominating the first universe had become nothing after such a long time. It turned out that the root of the matter was still with Prince Xian. In the past year, the 7 peerless geniuses in the 3 universes had caused a sensation, and in the latter half of the year, almost all the halos pointed to the younger brother of the demon race, Mo Jufeng. Of the 7 peerless geniuses in the current world, 5 of them were confirmed to be the younger brother of the demon race, Mo Jufeng. 5 peerless geniuses in one body. This was almost enough to confirm that the great destiny of the current world belonged to the demon race in the first universe. However, everything changed too quickly. In the blink of an eye, the demon race had fallen. If it wasn't for the second-generation ancestor, who had the cultivation of an official undying, who used the light of guidance to guide more than half of the demon race away at the most critical moment, this race would most likely have been wiped out. Such an unforeseen event was definitely not in line with the identity of the person who had obtained the great destiny. Because of this, after the shocking event in the demon race's star field in the first universe, there were already people in the 3 universes who had raised doubts at the first moment. All kinds of voices appeared one after another. They felt that the great destiny of the current world did not belong to the demon race, but who it really belonged to was not conclusive at all. No one dared to say such a thing. The current situation was too chaotic, and the 3 universes were all like this. At this time, the 3rd universe, which was occupied by the human race, actually spread such shocking news. For a moment, even the great change in the demon race's star field in the first universe was suppressed. The direction of public opinion in the 3 universes all pointed to Emperor Xian of the human race's undying dynasty. He was truly a peerless genius. Although compared to the 5 great geniuses of Mo Jufeng, Prince Xian, who only had 2 great geniuses, seemed to be slightly inferior in terms of aura. However, if one were to think about it carefully, the value of the 2 peerless monstrous identities on him was not weak at all. They were not inferior at all. In fact, they were even superior. What kind of colossal existence was the Myriad Luo Federation? Although the various races of the second universe had announced their withdrawal from the Myriad Luo Federation due to the various changes in the past year, no one had ever questioned the value of the Myriad Luo Federation's contribution rankings. Indeed, Mo Jufeng could kill immortal old monsters, but that was basically because he had supreme treasures like Shenong Cauldron and black technology like Star Wars. As for Prince Xian, who was one of the 2 monsters of the human race, he merely sent a clone to the human race's cultivation camp to train and caused a huge commotion there. As for his original body, it was even more perverse. After a year of silence, everyone thought that he was already dejected. Who would have thought that he would make a domineering return after a year? Without a sound, he directly jumped from the 11th place on the Myriad Luo Federation's contribution rankings to the 1st place on the heavenly leaderboard. Moreover, before this, his contribution points had fluctuated greatly. During this period of time, he had lost an astronomical amount of contribution points from the Federation. Even so, when his contribution points finally stabilized, he still had more than 180 billion points, which was more than 6 times more than the 2nd place on the heavenly leaderboard. This was a real battle result. When the specific data was analyzed, no one would doubt its authenticity. The immortal rank superbrain on the immortal planet would definitely not make such a low-level mistake. More importantly, Prince Xian had appeared out of nowhere once again. The timing was too sensitive. It happened to be right after the devil race's strong rise in a short period of time, followed by their rapid decline. This basically reflected the fact that the current era's great luck did not belong to the devil race, but to the human race. Regarding this point, the ordinary people and low-level starry sky experts of the 3 major planes might not think too much about it. They were more interested in talking about the sensational effect of Prince Xian's reappearance itself. However, the upper echelons of the major races and forces, as well as the sharp old monsters and powerful starry sky experts, all considered more through this matter after a short period of shock. Today, the three major starry sky main planes were not peaceful. In the devil domain of the first universe, a broken piece of the desolate ancient world had already descended to the present world. It was hundreds of millions of miles wide. From this point alone, it could be seen that the legend that the desolate ancient world would completely descend, which had been secretly circulating for the past year, was very likely not just a rumor. It was not just a rumor, but a reality. If that was really the case, the three major starry sky main planes would be meaningless at that time. It was even very likely that they would be replaced by the cage star domain that had descended from the sky, just like the Devil Emperor star domain. In short, the chaotic era was about to arrive, and all the races and forces were terrified. No one dared to pat their chest and guarantee that their race would continue to exist in this chaotic era of the starry sky that would descend at any time. Under such a general trend, the ownership of the current era's great luck was even more eye-catching. Those who obtained great luck would obtain the world. Born in this chaotic era, they were related to the desolate ancient world that had collapsed due to a war. Sitting on the great luck of this era, they did not dare to say that they would be able to sit on the world as usual, but at least, their chances of surviving in this chaotic era would definitely be higher than that of other races. Just because of this, after learning the news about Prince Xian from the third universe of the human race, the races of the second universe, which used to be the Federation, collectively fell silent. If they had not withdrawn from the myriad Luo Federation, they would have at least been allies with the human race. Now they could only be envious. As for the human race, including the myriad Luo Federation that was still tied to the human race, at least on the surface, cheered thunderously. Whether it was the Tenju heavenly palaces and various small sects of the Cultivation camp, or the Immortal Dynasty and the three empires under its command of the Science and Technology camp, countless large and small countries, after receiving the news on this day, all of them heaved a sigh of relief as if it was a holiday. Chapter 4086. In the third universe, the imperial capital of the human race's technology faction, the Immortal Star. News of Prince Xian's appearance spread. This time, the commotion was even greater. He was a supreme genius that hadn't been seen in tens of thousands of years. All three universes were in an uproar. The Immortal Star was the imperial capital of the Immortal Dynasty and the source of Prince Xian's bloodline. When the news spread, it became the center of attention, and the commotion was even greater. When the news spread, Long Xiang and the other imperial princes gathered together immediately. All of them lowered their heads and sighed as if their parents had died. This time, Prince Xian's commotion was too shocking. They were already in despair. They were afraid that the position of Debao would not be theirs anymore. In the imperial capital's inner city, the Immortal Emperor and the Imperial Preceptor, Devourer, once again gathered in the Imperial Preceptor Hall. No one knew what they were discussing, but one thing was certain: it was definitely related to Prince Xian. Even at the imperial capital's resident elder pavilion, a group of reclusive immortal elders were alarmed. They all came out and gathered in the resident elder pavilion, which was located in the imperial capital's inner city. They discussed this matter and finally came to a conclusion. They appointed the imperial capital's resident elder pavilion, who had just returned from the first universe not long ago. Elder Longshan Tang personally rushed to the heavenly river planet to represent the resident elder pavilion and bring Prince Xian back to the Immortal Star. Of course, it was impossible for Longshan Tang to go to the Sky River planet alone. Accompanying him was an immortal fleet from the dynasty. This fleet would represent the Immortal Dynasty and welcome Prince Xian, who had completed the ultimate trial, back to the dynasty. Immediately after, the Immortal Dynasty issued a notice in the name of the Imperial Court. The notice was related to Prince Xian. According to the contents of this notice, the outside world quickly found out that Prince Xian had been sent to the Death Star field as the final trial that the Everlasting Empire had for him. As far as the outside world knew, the most difficult trial for the princes of the Eternal Dynasty was the ultimate trial. There were many direct descendants of the Immortal Emperor, but if they didn't complete the supreme level trial, even if they were direct descendants of the Immortal Emperor, their status and influence in the imperial court wouldn't be great. They weren't even allowed to appear in public as princes. Only by completing the supreme level trial would they have the qualifications to compete for the position of the next immortal emperor. They would be allowed by the immortal dynasty to interact with the outside world as princes. Currently, the princes who appeared in public in the imperial court were all in this category. Of course, although they had all passed the final trial, the results of the final trial were different. Previously, only Prince Xian's results were the most brilliant. According to the imperial court's words, completing the supreme level trial of the immortal emperor was the supreme level trial of the immortal emperor. The supreme level trial of the imperial courts of the imperial court emperor. Among the few princes who were relatively active princes, immortal, and princes of the imperial courts, Prince Xian, Prince Xian's. As soon as this news was revealed, it immediately caused quite a commotion in the entire immortal dynasty and even the human race. However, basically everyone in the Federation was happy to see this happen. Since then, Prince Xian's position as the supreme immortal emperor was confirmed. Although the imperial court didn't say it explicitly and only said that the preliminary test had been completed, Prince Xian was the only one who had completed the supreme level trial. Moreover, he had completed it so beautifully, causing a sensation. Long Xiang and the other princes of the imperial court were in complete despair. On that day, a large-scale and luxurious immortal army of the imperial court set off from the immortal star of the imperial court. Accompanying them was a fleet from the Wan Luo Federation's headquarters. The higher-ups of the imperial court overseeing this immortal fleet were immortal-level elders from the imperial court. His name was Long Shanteng. Along the way, all the wormholes in the territories of empires, large countries, and small countries were opened. The entire fleet arrived at the Sky River sector in 2 days at the fastest speed. At this time, the fleet of flying ships from the Tenju Celestial Palace also arrived. The one overseeing the fleet was also an immortal-level old monster. It was said that his name was Gong Huaji, and he was the other deputy palace master of the Tianju Celestial Palace. The 2 camps of the human race, the headquarters of the Wan Luo Federation, and the 3 most powerful forces of the Third Universe had all arrived, and each of them had an immortal-level old monster overseeing the fleet. It could be said that the Sky River sector was a gathering of heroes. With the arrival of these 3 fleets, the entire human race of the Third Universe knew that Prince Xian was now in the Sky River sector and could return to the Sky River sector at any time. In an instant, hundreds of millions of people focused their attention on this place again. In order to see Prince Xian again and witness the historical moment of the imperial court's future emperor's return from the supreme level trial, the masters of the starry sky not far away all rushed over. For a time, the Sky River sector was unprecedentedly lively. Even the entire Sky River sector outside the atmosphere of the Sky River sector had become a hubbub of voices. Too many people had come. Although the Sky River sector was not small, it could not accommodate them all. Therefore, most of the masters of the starry sky had all taken out small private battleships or stayed in the large battleships that had come by means of transportation, waiting in the void of the universe outside the Sky River sector's atmosphere. This was originally a grand occasion that was hard to come by, and almost everyone was happy to see it happen. Moreover, they were immersed in it, feeling this exciting atmosphere. However, there were still people who were deeply depressed. That was the universal zombie emperor, Tuoba Linfeng, who had been lurking in the military base in the depths of the Sky River sector. Originally, he had led the entire universal zombie army. Recently, he had been lurking in the Sky River sector, making a fortune in silence. Because this place was hidden enough, and the entire Sky River sector had been zombified, there was no fear of news leaking out. Therefore, the entire universal zombie army had recently developed extremely rapidly. But now, everything had changed. Because of the arrival of Prince Xian, the Sky River sector, and even the entire Sky River sector, had become lively in just a few days. As a result, the universal zombie army under Tuoba Linfeng's command had completely collapsed. Those who had gone out to hunt couldn't come back. They waited in the void of the universe in the distance, not even daring to easily contact the Sky River sector. As for the universal zombies, who had been lurking in the military base in the depths of the Sky River sector to rest and recuperate, they couldn't go out at all. Not to mention leaving the Sky River sector, they didn't even dare to leave the military base and appear in the area above the shallow waters of the Sky River sector. Only the universal zombie emperor, Tuoba Linfeng, had the heavenly demon body. Ordinary existence.